It all comes down to tonight. Game 7, November baseball. For the first time in 6 years, we will see that in the World Series. And it'll either end with a Los Angeles Dodgers repeat, making it the first team to win back-to-back titles since the 2000 New York Yankees, or the Toronto Blue Jays with their first title in 32 years when Joe Carter hit the famous home run. Both teams put each other to the physical, mental, and emotional limit in the thrilling 18-inning showdown Game 3. Game 6 was one of the most insane endings in recent memory in the World Series. But those games had fans on the edge of their seats. They should be prepared for where both of these clubs will be pulling out all the stops in pursuit of glory in Game 7 tonight. Just the fourth Game 7 in the World Series this past decade. George Springer has played in 3 of them, Max Scherzer this one and the previous one, where he started for the Washington Nationals, facing Springer's Houston Astros, with Washington coming out on top. Now they're teammates with the Blue Jays, and Scherzer is looking to deliver a clinic. Meanwhile, the Dodgers return to two-way wonder Shohei Ohtani on 3 days rest for just the second time in his career after Tyler Glasnow picked up his first career save yesterday night. Hello everyone, I am Alec Nava, and by now you know the narratives. The Blue Jays trying to go from last in their division to World Series champions. Dodgers trying to become the MLB's first repeat champion since the Yankee dynasty. But those narratives are heightened, and new heroes are made, with a baseball game for all the marbles. Every pitcher, with the exception of Kevin Gausman, will be made available for tonight. Yoshinobu Yamamoto said that he is available when he is needed before this game. In best of 7 series with the current 2-3-2 format, teams that have won Game 6 in order to force a Game 7 have won that series 35 of 36 times. That includes the Blue Jays rallying against the Seattle Mariners at home in this year's ALCS. When the Game 6 winner forced the Game 7 on the road, that road team has won the series 14 of 22 times. In all postseason history, teams playing any winner-take-all game in their home park are 69 and 67, including 31 and 29 in best-of-7 series. LA has not played a Game 7 since they beat the Atlanta Braves in the 2020 NLCS, overcoming a 3-1 series deficit to win that Game 7. The last time they've been to a Game 7 of the World Series, they lost to Springer's Astros. The Blue Jays are just playing their third Game 7 in franchise history, winning the last one on Springer's home run to 7th inning. But they have never played a Game 7 in the World Series. But as said again, every pitcher except Gausman will be made available. For the Dodgers, it's every pitcher, so they'll have options. Dave Roberts was coy about Ohtani's role post-game yesterday, but it's being reported by numerous outlets that he will indeed get the start. Using him to serve as the opener on 3 days rest will allow LA to use him on the mound without risking losing their DH. Ohtani had a decent, if underwhelming, start in Game 4, allowing 4 runs in 6+ innings. Glasnow, who pitched in Game 6 going through 3 pitches, should be available for both innings. Blake Snell could also be used in some capacity. The starting pitchers have been the Dodgers' best arms this postseason, so it's only fitting that they will be the primary options as LA looks to close out a championship. As for the 41-year-old Scherzer, he'll get the ball in Game 7. The future Hall of Famer has been fighting father time all season long and given this organization glimmers of greatness in the postseason, including Game 4 of the ALCS in Seattle, which is the full Mad Max experience. In Game 3 of this World Series, he allowed 3 runs over 4 1/3 innings, including home runs to Ohtani and Teoscar Hernandez. Home runs have been a problem for Scherzer this season, with 19 allowed over 85 innings in the regular season, and against the Dodgers line that can explode at any moment, that will be the biggest threat to the Blue Jays. The last 2 lineup shakeups didn't make a marked difference, but the Dodgers did just enough run support to force this Game 7. They're going to roll out the same starting nines in Game 6. Drop Mookie Betts to fourth and saw Tommy Edman start at center to make room for Miguel Rojas at second base. They'll have the same lineup, except this time they are flipping Max Muncy and Teoscar Hernandez, and Tommy Edman and Kike Hernandez. Presuming Springer's back in the lineup after playing for his right side discomfort in Game 6, there is little reason for the Blue Jays to make a change here, and of course they're sticking with the same lineup as they did last night. The offense struggled in the loss, but Yamamoto isn't on the mound for Game 7, and Toronto should roll out with their best lineup for right-handed pitching. For the Dodgers, it would not be surprising if Roberts tries to stay away from his traditional relievers, including his closer, Roki Sasaki, who seized that role after dominating since his shift to the bullpen. But he threw 33 pitches in Game 6 and wasn't particularly sharp. If LA does need to use their bullpen arms, then expect Emmett Sheehan, Justin Roleski, and Jack Dreyer to be some of the best options made available. The Dodgers have been without Alex Vesia for the World Series, as he and his wife handle what the team described as a deeply personal family matter. For the Blue Jays, Louis Varland has pitched in 14 of their 17 postseason games, tying him for the all-time postseason record with Brandon Morrow in 2017 and Paul Assenmacher in 1997. He's surely available for Game 7, though, and given that Thursday was an off day and Kevin Gausman gave the Blue Jays 6 innings in Game 6, they should have everyone available. While closer Jeff Hoffman and setup man Sir Anthony Dominguez figure to play major roles, don't forget about Chris Bassett, whom John Schneider trusts in a close Game 7 to ALCS, and again to pitch the ninth of Game 6. The Ohtani decision will loom over this game too. And Schneider once again went to lefty Mason Fluharty in the 8th inning of Game 6, resulting in a double. If Shane Bieber and Trey Savage are available, that will not be surprising, as everyone is expected to be available. In terms of injuries, Will Smith has been dealing with a hairline fracture on his right hand. He returned to the starting lineup during the NLDS and hasn't missed a start since. Edman continues to manage his right ankle, which landed him on the injured list twice this year. And while the Dodgers have been reluctant to use him at center field, he started there in Game 6 and could conceivably play there in Game 7 too. Tanner Scott was not included on the World Series roster. He continues to recover from a lower body abscess procedure. Earlier in this World Series, Springer left with right side tightness, and there was every reason to worry that his season ended that moment. But the 36-year-old returned to the lineup of Game 6 in Toronto. The Blue Jays are confident this is not something that will get worse with playing, but simply a matter of tolerance for Springer. So you can expect him to be right back in there at DH for one of the biggest games of his career. Bo Bichette's left knee sprain was looming over the team, but he was finally activated for the World Series and has played parts of every game. Bichette played the full game at second base in Game 6, but Toronto still open to lifting him for a pinch runner late in the close game given that he's clear, not close to 100% on the basis. The expectation could be Miles Straw or Ty France. So some key facts to note. The Blue Jays are just the 6th team in MLB history to play in 2 Game 7s. In the ALCS and WS in the same postseason, joining the 2017 Astros, 1991 Braves, 1987 St. Louis Cardinals, 1986 Boston Red Sox, and 1985 Kansas City Royals. Of those 5 previous teams, 2 of them went on to win the World Series, the Astros and Royals. Shohei Ohtani tied Corey Seager's franchise record set in 2020 for the most home runs in a single postseason, with his 8th in Game 3. LA was considered a heavy favorite coming into the series, but the Jays seized control of 2 emphatic wins at Dodger Stadium earlier this week before losing in Game 6. These 2 clubs have proven to be evenly matched, but at the end, only one will get to celebrate. For the Dodgers, they plan to open with Ohtani, and that makes sense for many reasons. Glasnow, who was previously lined up for Game 7, was used out of the bullpen to close Game 6. More importantly, starting is the smoothest path to getting Ohtani on the mound. Because of the two-way rule, coming as a reliever would mean Ohtani will have to play in a position, in this case the outfield where he hasn't played all season, to bat again after coming out as a reliever. That's not the case if he opens. Ohtani could close, as he did to finish the 2023 World Baseball Classic for his native Japan, but that will present other logistical challenges. What does he warm up? And how would that be impacted by him preparing to take his turn to bat? Or if he's preoccupied running the bases? So expect him to start and stay on the mound for however long he's effective in throwing his best stuff. Glasnow should be available to pitch bulk innings after him. He has never thrown in back-to-back games, but he also threw just 3 pitches in Game 6. After that, Sasaki's available, though he threw 33 pitches yesterday. So might Snell, who started Game 5. Ideally, the Dodgers don't have to venture beyond that. Ohtani started 3 days rest once, April 21st, 2023, but that was after throwing only 2 innings in the prior start. This time he'll take the mound on the biggest stage after a 6-inning, 93-pitch start. There's no precedent for a word to draw, but Ohtani is built for the moment. He showed that 2 weeks ago, when he opened 3 times and threw 6 scoreless innings to clinch the pennant. And he showed it 2 years ago, when he emerged from the bullpen in Miami and struck out then teammate Mike Trout to win MLB's prestigious international tournament. Whatever the expectations might be, he'll strive to succeed them. At the plate, the Dodgers need to beat themselves, and this is part of Game 6 where it stems from. After all the struggles in offense, the strikeouts piled up early against Gausman, but they kept working the at-bats, driving up his pitch count, and put together the one rally they needed. It wasn't pretty, but it's how they're built. Betts finally checked down on offense has to be feeling a lot better heading into tonight, which is huge. The Dodgers scored 6 runs over the past 3 games, and the lineup is too talented for this to continue. Of course, it doesn't mean the struggles will end. The Dodgers were waiting all World Series, all October, and all season for Betts to give them a moment like he did in the 3rd inning of Game 3. The 2-run single was the clutch hit everyone has expected. Does it mean the old Betts is back? Not necessarily, but it's fair to say that the Dodgers felt a lot more confident with him in the big spot, and they were heading into Game 6. And Blue Jays fans have collectively exhaled when Yamamoto was reasonably pulled after 6 innings in Game 6. He was coming off consecutive complete games, including one earlier this series. Plus, the Dodgers' bullpen doesn't exactly scare anyone these days, but they survived. Barely. Robleski was excellent in the 7th. Sasaki made for a shaky 8th before getting into huge trouble in the 9th. It took Glasnow in one of the wildest game-ending double plays ever to escape that. So, now what? Robleski threw only 16 pitches, so he's available. You'd think the Dodgers would trust Will Klein by now, considering what he did in Game 3, the last time he pitched. Glasnow is still on the table after just 3 pitches. It's a Game 7, so he and Snell are on the table. But after Sasaki threw 33 high-stress pitches and struggled yesterday, you have to think Roberts may try to find another path to victory. And who could be the hero? For starters, Kiner-Falefa is the obvious pick. That's the guy who was a left field to start a game-ending double play after the game he initially lost Andres Jimenez's fly ball on the Rogers center lights. But you know that the ball was only ultimately going to find him, even with his postseason moments. He's not going to be the same conversation as Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. He's not a star player, never will be, and he's not a household name. But he has the tendency to rise to the occasion when everything is on the line. He hits a 273 with an 833 OPS during his postseason career, coming in clutch time and time again in October. So Emmett Sheehan hasn't particularly been effective, but his success in this most recent outing, 2-2 first scoreless frames with 2 strikeouts, and the 18-inning win in Game 3, could be a turning point, and what a welcome development it would be. The Dodgers bullpen repeatedly bent but didn't break in Game 6, with Robleski, Sasaki, and Glasnow credit of an inning apiece to send the Fall Classic to Game 7. Those innings were not created equal, but the Dodgers could use another high-leverage arm for this game. That's especially true of Ohtani, who will be pitching on short rests, can't get deep into the ballgame. Sheehan, who was excellent primarily as a starter during the regular season, could be tasked with giving the Dodgers much-needed length or clearing an inning late in the ballgame of a lead. If LA turns to him in either scenario, he has a chance to right the ship after a tough postseason so far and potentially become a franchise legend. Dave Roberts has been searching for answers at the bottom of the lineup, given the extended struggles of Andy Pages. After trying Alex Call in Game 5, Roberts switched things up in Game 6, sending in Rojas, who he called a glue guy for the Dodgers, at second and moving Edman to center field. After a season-saving victory, Roberts said he would stick to the plan for Game 7, and why not? Yes, Rojas went 0 for 3, but he provided a steady hand on defense, making nice plays, most notably to pick Kiner-Falefa's throw to second on the wild game-ending double play. Perhaps it will be Rojas' reliable glove that will again come up big in the winner-take-all contest. Or maybe his contact-oriented approach will allow him to drop in a key hit in a big spot. Either way, it will be a great story the 36-year-old, 12-year vet and beloved teammate came up with a signature moment in Game 7. For the Blue Jays, everyone was so uncharacteristically quiet against Yamamoto, so it's not like the Blue Jays need to change much after scoring just once in Game 6. They're likely facing Ohtani on short rest, Glasnow on none, Sasaki on back-to-back nights, or some combination of all of the above. Toronto's been in this situation as recently as the ALCS and isn't likely to wilt at the plate for a second night in a row at home. the message for the Jays should be just to themselves. If Scherzer were an ordinary person, it might be a little unreasonable to ask him to go from not even being on the postseason roster for the ALDS to the guy who's going to save us in a Game 7 of the World Series in the span of a week. But we all know that Scherzer is anything but ordinary. He is in many ways the personification of postseason baseball. When you think of the last decade plus of Octobers, it's hard not to see a close-up of his face, staring down hitter after hitter as he knocks them out. Still, he's in his 40s. While his start in the ALCS was heroic, he also gave 3 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings in Game 3 of this series, albeit 2 of those runs were scored after he left the game. But this is not, in fact, vintage Scherzer. Given that, how much do the Jays expect from him? And how much would be comfortable giving without tackling Schneider when he walks to the mound to take him out? It's not like he was uncomfortable with World Series Game 7s. He pitched in the most recent one, after all, when the 2019 Nationals took down the Astros. As painful as it might have looked to see Springer swing hard on his first game back since tweaking his oblique, and it hurt watching that, he is the guy who had the lone RBI for Toronto in Game 6, while going 2 of 4 at the leadoff spot. He'll be in the lineup once again. He'll continue being painful, and won't matter in a big moment. Plus, as we're wondering to ourselves, who could be the hero for Toronto? It didn't take long for David Schneider to endear himself to Blue Jays fans. For his first 25 MLB games in 2023, the second baseman and outfielder batted .370 with 1.315 OPS, the best OPS on record in a player's first 25 games. Would be only fitting if it were him who played hero in front of the home crowd in Game 7. He already delivered a huge moment for Toronto during the World Series. In Game 5, a Dodgers stayed a first pitch leadoff home run off Snell before Vlad Guerrero Jr. went back-to-back on Snell's next offering. In Game 3, Schneider came off the bench in the 10th and reached on an infield single in his first at-bat, loading the bases at the top of the 12th. Despite starting just 5 of the 17 postseason games, he has played a crucial role as a key right-handed bat off the bench for the Blue Jays. He's a slightly better hitter against righties than against lefties. He can be effectively deployed at pretty much any time. If Schneider gets a chance in Game 7, he has every opportunity to swing his way into the history books. With Bichette playing at less than 1% because of a compromised left knee fracture, there is a decent chance we see Isaiah Kiner-Falefa in Game 7. A waiver claim off the Pittsburgh Pirates. While he hasn't hit well in the World Series so far, he did hit .333 with a pair of doubles in a 7-game ALCS victory over the Mariners. He has a significant playoff experience, having played in 20 playoff games between the Yankees in 2022 and the Blue Jays this year. Since the power, he has demonstrated some of what has made the 25 Blue Jays so successful at the plate. He makes frequent contact and doesn't strike out often. If there's one thing Toronto has shown during the playoffs, it's that play-to-ball play and putting pressure on the opposing defense can pay dividends. If it comes down to a big moment late in the game when putting the ball in play could be huge, IKF could find himself on a spotlight of a chance to etch his name into Blue Jays lore. 36-year-old Chris Bassett didn't crack the ALDS roster. The Jays opted to carry just 3 starting pitchers. Even in the ALCS, he was the odd man out. Despite starting 31 games in the regular season, Bassett was confined to the bullpen. He seemed bound for a long relief role. But over the last few weeks, he has firmly entered John Schneider's circle of trust. He tossed 7 2/3 innings of 1-hit ball in 6 playoff outings, often getting the ball in high-leverage scenarios, like the 8th inning of Game 7 of the ALCS, when he propelled the Jays to the pennant with a scoreless frame. The 11-year vet has never pitched this deep into October, and he's made the most of this opportunity. While he threw a 1-2-3 inning in Game 6 on Friday night, he has already pitched on back-to-back days this postseason, clearing a hurdle that most starters face when transitioning to the pen. That leaves him primed for a key role in Game 7, especially with Scherzer almost certain to have a short leash. He could be a bridge to another leverage arm, or he could just get those outs himself. He's already shown he can do both. To go over to our starting lines to begin with the Los Angeles Dodgers. It'll be Shohei Ohtani to lead off at DH. Will Smith, the catcher, at second in the order. Freddie Freeman batting third at first base. Shortstop Mookie Betts batting cleanup for the first time in 7 years, or 8 years rather. Max Muncy at third base elevated to fifth. He and Teoscar Hernandez, who was a right field swap in the order as Teoscar bats sixth. Another swap, Tommy Edman and Kike Hernandez. Edman at 7th in the order at center field. Kike at 8th in the order at left field. Miguel Rojas at second base. batting at the bottom. Ohtani is the starting pitcher. For the Blue Jays, it'll be George Springer at DH to lead things off. Nathan Lucas at left field, batting second. Wagner Jr. at first base, batting third. Bo Bichette at cleanup, batting from the second base position. Addison Barger elevated to fifth in the order. He is at right field. He takes the place of Dalton Varsho. In between Barger and Varsho is Alejandro Kirk at catcher. Varsho bats seventh at center field. Ernie Clement at third base, batting eighth. And Andres Jimenez at shortstop. He's been playing well at that position in the time ever since Bichette was out. He is batting ninth in the order. Some other facts you need to know heading into this Game 7. Smith has caught each one for the Dodgers. He enters Game 7 with 62 innings behind the plate in the series. Barring something, he's going to end up with at least 70 innings caught, passing Muddy Ruel in 1924 for the most in a 7-game World Series, per Elias. The only player in World Series history to catch at least 70 innings as of now is Lou Krieger, with 71 in 8 games in 1903. There have been 124 innings pitched in the World Series, and there will be at least 17 more. That is 141 innings pitched, which will surpass 1924 for the most of the 7-game World Series. So the only other fall class with that, at least that many innings pitched were 1912, 1919, 1921, and 1903. All of which had 8 games, either because of ties that led to an added game or best of 9 formats. Ohtani hasn't won the MVP yet in the NL, but it seems very likely that he will. Just 4 players to start World Series Game 7 on the mound in the year in which they won MVP. Bob Gibson, 1968, Don Newcomb, 1956, Hal Newhouser, 1945, Dizzy Dean, 1934. Max Scherzer on the mound to begin Game 7. Fastball uses 49%, slider 22%. He's a 5-pitch arsenal, mostly that fastball and slider. And he's going up against Shohei Ohtani. We begin Game 7. Welcome to November baseball, everyone. And on the first pitch, it is upstairs. Ohtani's batting .318 in this World Series, and everybody is on their feet to begin Game 7 of the World Series. Ohtani, one of the leading candidates for World Series MVP. Though the same can be said for Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who pitched a complete game in Game 2. The 1-0 is outside. That's a fastball which is at 95 miles an hour. You remember that 5-pitch arsenal from Scherzer in which he can use. Will Smith is on deck. Ohtani awaits for the 2-0 pitch. On the way. And this one is fouled to left. This time, Scherzer switched things up to the cutter. It's Jordan Baker at home plate, Adrian Johnson first base, Mark Wagner second base, John Toonpayne third base, Alan Porter left field. He is our crew chief. He had a lot of good calls in Game 5 between Seattle and Detroit. The 2-1. And this is golfed over to right center field, and that's down. Varsho hops and limits Ohtani to a single to begin Game 7. Starts the game with a single as he meets with Chris Woodward, the former manager of the Texas Rangers. These are and among the Dodgers and Rangers, 2 former teams in which Scherzer played for. Scherzer won a World Series with the Rangers 2 years ago as a number 3 option. Scherzer is now a number 4 option. Will Smith now elevated to the number 2, batting 6-24 in this World Series, 774 OPS. What can he do for the 2 spot? Stares at that one as it went to the top left corner on the fastball. And a big play home run in Game 2 in this World Series. We'll have at least 9 more innings behind the plate as Smith fouls this one to left. Scherzer throwing the curveball. We now have 7 series that have gone the full distance this postseason. 2 more than in any other single postseason. 0-2 count. Yes, there are more series these days, but 7 have been possible since 1995 and 1981. The 0-2 to Smith. And this one is a chopper. On the dive is Vladdy. As Scherzer steps on the bag at first to get Smith out, Ohtani moves to second. No double play. And Ohtani is in scoring position, so take away that double play possibility. And up here is Freddie Freeman as Guerrero of a diving play to make sure that this doesn't go onto the outfield. Excellent defensive awareness. What a nice play by Vladdy to make sure that doesn't happen. A Gold Glove winner 3 years ago. Freddie Freeman, a repeat hero in Game 3 when he ended the 18-inning marathon. But he's been batting .217 his World Series. Freeman gets this one up over to left center. Back is Varsho. Is this going to move Ohtani to third? And here he comes over to third base. The throw is offline. 8 pitches from Scherzer already were 2 outs. Ohtani's in scoring position, however. And timeout is called early as Mookie Betts comes up onto the plate. Fans booing here as Betts is up at the plate. Batting cleanup for the first time in 8 years. Batting .154 this World Series, though he's batting .239 this postseason. He's been uncharacteristically off all World Series long. First pitch is well inside the slider, 88. Once again, the Let's Go Blue Jays Oregon being played around here at Toronto. Last time the Blue Jays were in this situation, they won on George Springer's home run in the 7th. Betts bounces one to Jimenez. Make the simple toss over to first base, and that puts us to the bottom of the first. The Dodgers do not score. Ohtani has the lone hit. We'll see what Toronto does when we return. Welcome on board. How you doing, Owen?
I'm good. I can't be here all game, but I figured I had to drop by.
Game 7. It doesn't get any better than this.
Have we started yet?
Yeah, we already started. Max Scherzer got the first 3 outs of this game. Ohtani has the lone hit, but Scherzer put away the other 3 between Smith, Freeman, and Betts. So we'll be seeing Ohtani at the mound next up. And it's interesting. Ohtani versus Scherzer and the Dodgers' strategy at the mound. That's going to be one to watch. I assume they're not going to their traditional bullpen arms early. They want to use their starters first because nobody really fears that Dodger bullpen.
No, they're not super strong.
So it would be ideal if they go to their starters right off the bullpen because Tyler Glasnow pitched just 3 times yesterday. So we all widely assume he's going to be made available for tonight. And as for Toronto, we'd assume that everyone not named Kevin Gausman's available. And yes, that includes Trey Savage and Shane Bieber.
Seeing Savage pitch tonight again would be crazy.
It would. Though this is on 2 days rest.
Short rest, though, yeah.
Yep. And he'll be coming out of a bullpen. If this were the case, ideally, if he were to come out of the bullpen, it could be after Bieber. But this is the scenario, and even crazier is Yamamoto pitching out the bullpen, but he did say he's available if needed.
Wow.
A no days rest. Just if the Dodgers do have a lead and they're trying to preserve it, probably he could close if they don't go to Sasaki.
So both teams' entire pitching staffs are basically up tonight.
In Toronto's case, minus Gausman. So you see Ohtani warming up. He has a 7-pitch arsenal. He likes that fastball a lot, but he can use the sweeper and the curveball second most when necessary.
is crazy.
Yep. Very crazy indeed. And you'd think at this point that Will Klein could be available, given what he provided in Game 3. Do note that he never pitched more than 30 pitches at any point of his career before Game 3. At that game, he almost had as many pitches thrown as Max Scherzer. And here's Ohtani, who's played 175 games this season, including postseason. 805 plate appearances, 65 innings pitched. He'll be up against Springer, Lucas, and Guerrero to begin this order. And if one of them reaches, and if no double play is made, Bichette is next. What a comeback it's been for Bo Bichette, coming out of the injured list and then back onto the lineup and playing a position he's never played since his days at the minor leagues.
And he's just exploded, too, in the few games he's been playing.
Yeah. At second base, while Andres Gimenez is thriving over at shortstop. Yeah, but props to Bichette. He's a free agent after this season, and many are wondering, where is he going to go after tonight? Toronto would love to have him back. But there are going to be plenty of suitors if they come knocking at his door. We begin things off at the bottom of the first as Ohtani throws well upstairs on a high curveball up against Springer, playing through two different injuries, which included when he took a shot in Game 5 against Seattle on a fastball to his knee. The 1-0. That's outside again. He went through the curveball twice in a row, and so far Ohtani's command looks off. Had an underwhelming game in Game 4, but we'll see if he bounces back here tonight on 3 days rest. Here's a 2-0. Downstairs. And what is going on here to begin things off?
I don't think anyone's on more than 3 days rest right now.
Yeah, just imagine, because if we see Snell or your Savage, they'll be on 2 days rest. 3-0. And that's on the left line for strike one. That throws Springer didn't know what to do. Who was batting .333 in this World Series and playing through the pain. Left Game 3, but he's back here ever since Game 6. And Springer lines one over Betts. And that's going to get to Kike Hernandez holding Springer to first base. And this one bobbled off of Betts, but no further rollouts. And the fans here are on their feet as Springer gets the lead-off base hit. He cannot afford swing and misses here, so he has to be quick and direct with the ball. That's what happened here this time, and that sets up Nathan Lucas at a good position to get things up here. Bottom of the first, batting 4 for 20 this World Series, but he's went from career minor leaguer to postseason hero. Oh my goodness, that pitch almost hit his foot. It's 1-0.
This is a terrible start from Ohtani.
Yeah, his command looks off, and if he can't last here, we can expect Tyler Glasnow at the mound, given that he pitched just 3 times. The 1-0 in the zone at 99 miles an hour. Nice flame-throwing ball to even to count up a 1. And on deck, we already know who it is. Toronto's frontrunner for World Series MVP. Though Trey Savage could also be in the running as 1-1. Swing and a miss from Lucas. Once again, going back to the 99-mile-an-hour fastball. And what a ride it's been for Ohtani, coming back from Tommy John surgery to work his way back to the starting rotation. Springer at first. Former World Series MVP. The 1-2 to Lucas. That is fouled. He stays alive. 100 miles an hour from Ohtani that time around. Biggest start of his career. And while many talk about the World Series title from last year, it was Freddie Freeman who stole the show with 4 straight games of a home run. Another 1-2. Almost hit his foot again. It's 2-2. That came dangerously close one more time. And once again, the count is even. So Lucas, who is still readying things up Though it could also be into the equation that we could see Davis Schneider at one point of this World Series if John Schneider decides to insert him as a pinch hitter or pinch runner. Possibly Miles Straw, too, as a pinch runner. The 2-2. And that's fouled away. That almost was close to a fair ball. But he smoked that towards the right field line. He stays alive, but with every pitch that Ohtani throws, Lucas is getting more comfortable. And that is typically the case when a hitter goes long enough. Another 2-2. Swing and a miss. Mix things up from fastball to splitter. And Ohtani gets the first strikeout of Game 7. Here's Vladdy. Everybody wants to see him get some highlights on his reel. Tied for first for multi-hit games. Second in hits. Second in total bases. And tied for second in home runs among postseason ranks all time. The record is 10 home runs in a single postseason. Guerrero is at 8. Earlier, he beat out Joe Carter and Jose Bautista for the most home runs in a single Blue Jays postseason. Ball 1 is downstairs. And meanwhile, Ohtani has tied Corey Seager for the most home runs in a single postseason in Dodger franchise history. Fans chanting Vladdy here at Rogers Center. Takes ball 2 as it's downstairs. It's a fastball, triple digits, 100 miles an hour. They want to see Vladdy hit one out at the park. Oh, that happened, though. Last Game 7 that we saw was a decisive 6-2 victory for the Nationals over the Astros. Swing and a miss as Ohtani went to the curveball that time. Faked out Vladdy. Went with the off-speed pitch as it popped out of his hand. 15 pitches into his outing is Ohtani. No swing that time as it's ball 3. That went downstairs left. 3-1. Triple digits once again. Guerrero is batting .360 in the World Series. Bichette .316, who is on deck if there's no double play. The 3-1. And Guerrero bounces this one. The count is now full. It's a foul ball. It's the game of a lifetime. Of course, NHL reporter Chris Johnston in attendance. And even though Ohtani never played in the postseason with the Angels, he is finally getting his chance as a pitcher, pitching in the postseason with the Dodgers. Here is the payoff pitch. Got him out. And Springer is tagged. So both teams will head to the second inning, scoreless, as Springer tried to steal second base. And one can question the logic of why Springer is going to steal second, given his injuries. That wouldn't be the brightest of ideas.
No, it would not.
And yes, given the 2 injuries he's playing through, it would not be that would not be a good idea. Just stay. I typically want to stay at first base in that scenario. All right, so now at the break, getting a chance to take a look at some of the outside scores, and that means, of course, NBA and NHL. We do have NBA Cup underway, which started yesterday on Halloween. And the Boston Celtics just survived a 24-point rally from the Philadelphia 76ers. The final score was 109-108 to begin NBA Cup play.
Purdue and Michigan are tied with 20 seconds to go in the first half at 7. And Ole Miss 17-7 coming up on halftime up on South Carolina. All right.
What an effort from Jaylen Brown to get 32 points, 6 assists. He's expected to be the primary ball handler for Boston, with Jason Tatum expected to be out at least the whole season if he doesn't come back But Anthony Simons.
That Oklahoma-Tennessee game looks like it's going to be a shootout. 7-7 late in the first quarter.
Yeah, and Anthony Simons with 19 points off the bench as he's being utilized a lot in the bench role. Josh Minot gets one of the starting spots in the starting five. At power forward, Neemias Queta is the starting center now. But a valiant effort from Philadelphia to pull within as Tyrese Maxey had 26 points, 14 assists, 8 rebounds with 2 steals and 2 blocks. Now emerging as the vocal leader of this team. Joel Embiid at 20 points, VJ Edgecombe and Kelly Oubre each at 17, and Quentin Grimes off the bench with 16 points. What a game it is from Philly. And some of the other notable games include the Lakers 117-112 over the Memphis Grizzlies with Luka Doncic in his return with Los Angeles. 44 points, 12 rebounds, 6 assists, saying, "Don't count me out the MVP discussion, Wembanyama." Scherzer back on the mound. Both teams have a hit apiece. Ohtani for the Dodgers. As here's Max Muncy as this is at the left line. Froze Muncy. He didn't know what to do there. It's 0-1, the count. The other hit come from George Springer. And Muncy's just hitting 3 of 24 this World Series. His numbers down from previous World Series. Cutter at 90 that went a little upstairs. Dave Roberts is 6-2 as a manager in winner-take-all games. Tied for the most wins in winner-take-all situations with Bruce Bochy, who was a perfect 6-0. The 1-1 from Scherzer. That is a little bit downstairs. As they said it looked to be on the bottom line, but they ruled it ball 2.
I don't know about the Jays' decision to go with Scherzer for Game 7.
If he doesn't last long, then perhaps they could go to Bieber next. Scherzer fouls it off himself. It's 2-2.
Like, I don't see him staying in more than 4 innings.
Yeah, ideally, it could be 4 innings, and then you take him out. Probably you get either Bieber or you Savage in, and then we'll see where it goes from here. Then Barwin, Bassett, Hoffman, ideally. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Scherzer strikes out Muncy.
Nice.
And Scherzer tells him, "Let me show you who the real Mad Max is. I've known this game longer, and we don't know if this game is the last we see of Scherzer in his long and legendary MLB career. We do know that this game will be the last we see of Clayton Kershaw, even if he's not pitching. The first pitch to Teoscar is inside the zone. 0-1 at the top left corner. Teoscar, a former Toronto Blue Jay, and his typical strong spot is the outfield, and that is the case again. Spent this year right field. As Teoscar flies this one over to right. Addison Barger is there. 2 outs. And Barger is basically taking that role that Teoscar had in Toronto. Not known for defense, but he's a very strong bat. So Scherzer, he was left off the ALDS roster, as John Schneider said that he did not like the matchup up against the Yankees. Included in the ALCS roster against the Mariners, he pitched a solid game 4. Ball 1 as Tommy Edman got his elbow out the way at that pitch. Was so close to hitting him. Muncy and Teoscar was not the only switch on the Dodger lineup. The other one being Edman up to 7th, Kike Hernandez down to 8th. And Kike did have that catch that led to the insane game-ending double play in which he threw to Miguel Rojas to get the final out. It tagged the Blue Jays runner at second. 2-0 count as this was outside. Sandy Koufax, of course, may have company if Scherzer were to get here. And it's Tommy Edman over to right field. Barger back at the track. He has enough room for the last out of the top of the second. It's a 1-2 inning for Mad Max. We'll see what Bo Bichette will do when we return. And Ryan Cuter is showing the trailer for Wicked Part 2. Well,
I feel like they've been advertising that forever.
But, hey, you know, I would love to see how this goes. The Part 2 of Wicked. But going back to Luka, 44, 12, and 6 in his return. And then meanwhile in Dallas, Anthony Davis gets hurt. Of course, we're going to question that trade each and every day. The trade did not make sense, it never makes sense, and it will never make sense.
And they're playing in Mexico City, I think, tonight, right?
Which team?
Dallas and
Boy.
Detroit.
Dallas and Detroit. I love that. And here's an... Oh, go ahead.
Except they have Detroit as the home team for some reason.
Oh, interesting. But here's some other notable games. The Chicago Bulls, where did they come from? 135 to 125 over the New York Knicks to begin their NBA Cup pursuit. And Josh Giddey almost had a triple-double, 32, 10, and 9 in the victory. Nikola Vucevic, 26 points, 7 rebounds in the Bulls' victory. And Ayo Dosunmu, 22 points, 9 assists off the bench to outlast the 29 points with Jalen Brunson with 7 assists. 4 of the 5 members of the starting 5 had at least 20 points, or rather 22 points. That being Brunson, the Cat with 22 points, 10 rebounds, Anunoby with 26 points, and Mikal Bridges with 23. We also get to the Portland Trailblazers off to a strong start at 4-2 as they top the Denver Nuggets 109-107. Danny Avdija 23 points, Donovan Quinn at 15 rebounds, and Drew Holiday tallied 13 assists. Shaedon Sharpe 19 points in the victory to outlast a near triple-double from Nikola Jokic, 21 points, 14 rebounds, 9 assists, as Jamal Murray had 22 points. And the last notable game being the Clippers, 126-124 over the Pelicans, with Kawhi Leonard hitting his first buzzer beater since downing the 76ers. Ohtani to pitch to Bichette, and ball one. Wow! Bichette got that one in his favor. Looked to be in the zone in the top right corner. 1-0 count. And we'll see what Bichette can do. Inside this time. No deliberation needed. 2-0. But Kawhi, 34 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 steals, by the way. 2-0. Take strike one down the middle on the fastball. And James Harden had 24 points, 14 assists on the win for LA. 2-1 count. So Ohtani is at 21 pitches. Here's the 2-1. Bichette got out of the way at that one. It was headed towards his elbow. 3-1. Also taking a look at some NHL scores. Currently, the Stars and Panthers are in a shootout.
Oh.
The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, and Bichette will walk to first.
All right, I'll take it.
All right. Here's something of a fun fact. 3 of the 4 wins for the San Jose Sharks this year have come in overtime.
Well, that is how bad of a team the San Jose Sharks are.
Oh. So they're a fun bad team to watch. Admittedly so. Celebrini, Smith, you get to do. Barger, strike one, out the right line of the splitter. To take the 0-1 count. 8-for-16 his last 4 games. It's Barger's 4 straight multi-hit games. The 0-1. It is 1-1 now. It's way outside. He's batting an absurd .476 in the World Series. Those are video game-like numbers. All right, so it's 1-1 on the count to Barger. Inside. What's up, Andrew? How are we doing?
Doing all right, Alec.
Hey.
Hey, question for both of you. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right.
If we can manage a certain team from a certain country, not the United States, to do what we're all hoping to do tonight, do you think they should go to the White House or just go to Ottawa City?
Ottawa.
They'll go to Ottawa, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I don't see them going to Washington. They're going to Ottawa if this happens. 2-2. Outside. And the count is full to Barger.
They have to go to Ottawa. That would be insane if a Canadian team went to the White House.
Yeah, it would. Though,
Especially right now.
I mean, then again, Freddie Freeman represents Canada in the international team, and Barger lines this one up over to right, and this will move Bichette over to second base where he is held. And hearing the dishes over at the back row, I know Addison Barger is cooking up something just like what you are, Andrew.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Just making a little light of the jokes.
Yeah, you got to joke around. It's Game 7.
Yep. I know Springer wants the bases to keep rolling, and if we see another line drive, we could see Bichette scoring the first run. We'll see what Alejandro Kirk will do up at the plate. Bottom of the second, no outs, up against Shohei Ohtani. Saying to deliver his 30th pitch. Perfect curveball. As it looked to be upstairs at first, but it went onto the top of the zone. 0-1. Kirk has been an excellent defensive catcher. An underrated offensive weapon as Kirk delivers this one up. It's it into foul territory, playable. Freeman catches it to get the first out. So he chased that one down and scored the first out. And now we have Dalton Varsho moved down to 7th in the order. But if there's no double play, then there will be Ernie Clement up. And yes, I know it is Varsho who can deliver home runs from time to time, but would it be ideal if he bunts it so as to move the base runners around?
I think it's possible.
Ooh, he takes the first one, in which it looked like a ball. It's called a strike. But then again, we'll have to watch for the bunt. John Schneider's not calling for a bunt here in his second inning. But that slider was a ball. And this one's called a ball when it should have been a strike. So the count is even. Home plate umpire mixed the order up. 5-26 is Varsho in this World Series. Up against Ohtani. The 1-1. Takes strike 2 on the slider. And still no bunt called here at 1-2, but we would not be surprised if we see a bunt from him. He's 4 for 21 with runners in scoring position in the postseason, but 0 for 7 in the World Series. The 1-2. Well upstairs. This one a slider. 2-2. And the Panthers just took it in a shootout over the Stars. 4-3. There's one final score, in which you're going scoreboard watching all around this World Series Game 7. 2-2. Varsho delivers this one deep. Enough room for Teoscar Hernandez. Bichette stays at second base. 2 outs. So now here's...
be in the Flyers right now, too.
Yeah. Now he's Ernie Clement, who is up now. It's because
Leafs are beating the Flyers?
Yeah, because they see the Leafs are up on the Flyers 2-1.
No.
Clement batting 9-26 this World Series, and Tyler Glasnow is standing idly over at the Dodger dugout. He is not being called to warm up just yet. foul ball back to Smith. This is 64th inning that Smith is catching behind the plate. Earlier, the Winnipeg Jets beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 5-2. And now Glasnow is getting set to warm up at the bullpen, as Roberts called.
Wow, already.
Well, we don't know what to happen. 0-1.
Alex, may I remind
Line
you?
drive right field. Teoscar grabs a hold of it. Everybody's held. Bases loaded. So, go ahead, Andrew.
May I remind the audience, Tyler Glasnow, back in 2018, led the Durham Bulls to the AAA World Series championship in their Game 7 against the Memphis Redbirds. So we know he's used to the big stage here.
Yes. Good point, Andrew, about the Durham Bulls in 2018. Once highly touted prospect with the Tampa Bay Rays, and now he could be pitching here for the biggest game of his life in the World Series after he recorded the save in Game 6, the first of his career. Andres Gimenez, 290 with runners on base, with 2 home runs, 11 RBI, and an OPS of 877. And he's 7 of 17 with runners in scoring position, so he's a big play threat. So who could imagine that not Ernie Clement, but Andres Gimenez could drive the first run of Game 7. There was a mound meeting, and it was the pitching coach Mark Pryor for the Dodgers. It's unimaginable that Glasnow is being called to the bullpen this early. In the 10 wins, Gimenez is batting .343, the 7 losses, .038. Amazing what the difference can be. First pitch to Gimenez is downstairs on the sweeper. It is 1-0 on the count. Bases loaded with Clement at first base. Bichette at third. The 1-0. No swing as it went to the top of the zone. 87 on the slider. Oilers seed the first repeat champions since the Yankees in the year 2000 or the Blue Jays winning their first title in 32 years. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Went at it on the fastball. It'll be a 1-2 count now that Gimenez is up against. Was acquired in the summer from the Cleveland Guardians. Supposed to be a defensive piece. Gimenez fouls this one on the slider. Ohtani has allowed 3 hits thus far, struck out 3. Max Scherzer, 2 innings pitched, 1 strikeout, 1 hit. 1-2 count, up against Gimenez. The pitch. He struck him out swinging on the fastball, and all the runners are left on base. We stay scoreless here after 2.
Wow.
Clayton Kershaw's
Jays
loving
are
it.
Good. The Jays are great at stranding runners.
Oof. It was a pain to see that happening when on the other side when the Mariners stranded and all the runners on base in Game 6 back-to-back innings on inning-ending double plays.
All right. Unfortunately, man, I got to get out of here now, but I'll see if I can maybe drop in later.
All right. See you then, Owen. The Blue Jays stranded all the runners in the second inning. We'll see what Max Scherzer is going to do in the third inning up against Kike Hernandez. It is right on the line, bottom side, for strike one. It is 0-0 at the top of the third. The single from Shohei Ohtani, the only hit for LA. They've been struggling at the plate throughout the postseason as Scherzer, a little bit low, for ball one. Kike batting 174 in the World Series, but he's a frequent October hero. It's Game 7. It's still October baseball, but we have flipped it into November on the calendar. The 1-1. And Kike blasts this one over to left center. Varsho comes in with well enough space to make the catch. One away. Home runs can be a problem for the Jays, but in his career World Series appearances, this is his fourth such appearance. Was with the Detroit Tigers in 2012, won the World Series in his last two appearances. The Washington Nationals in 2019 when he was in a winner-take-all situation. Then in 2023, he pitched in Game 3. He's the fourth pitcher to start multiple World Series winner-take-all games in MLB history. First pitch to Miguel Rojas. It's a strike down the middle. Dave Roberts put him in the lineup, trusting him as the glue guy. Switch his jersey from 11 to 72. 0-1. Rojas fouls this one back. Fastball that time around for Mad Max. 36-year-old, a well-respected veteran, and a vocal locker room presence. The Miami Marlins were used to this. 0-2 count. Fans are on their feet. In applause. Many different jerseys here. 0-2. Well outside. And we see Vlad Guerrero Jr. jerseys. Dalton Varsho jersey. A Roy Halladay jersey. Of course, Halladay, a Blue Jays legend. So pitched a no-hitter in the postseason with the Philadelphia Phillies. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the changeup. That's his second strikeout tonight. And he's retired 8 straight batters. Only make it 9 straight. Going up against Shohei. 2 innings pitched so far for Ohtani. Struck out 3 but allowed 3 hits and walked 1. Fans booing, as is the case. But Ohtani did not allow a run. After the mound meeting, the confidence was rejuvenated. First pitch from Scherzer. Ohtani gets this one over to left field and back to make a tough catch is Nathan Lucas. 9 straight batters retired by Mad Max. How about this 41-year-old? He's doing it again here in the World Series. To the bottom of the third we go. of the third, Game 7 of the World Series, and Max Scherzer being the oldest pitcher to pitch in a winner-take-all scenario. Shohei Ohtani back on the mound, and you could not write this pitching matchup in a movie script. Ohtani and Scherzer, present versus past. And Scherzer, the future Hall of Famer, we don't know if this is the last we're going to see of Scherzer in an MLB game. And we don't know how much he has left in him. Though we have asked the same question repeatedly with Justin Verlander, and he still was going with the San Francisco Giants as a number 3 option. Last year, was relegated to number 4 in Houston as Framber Valdez emerged as the role of ace with the Astros. Verlander was the ace pitcher 2 years ago with the Astros as he started games 1 and 5 in the ALCS, followed by Valdez, started games 2 and 6 up against the Texas Rangers, the Lone Star Series in the ALCS. So now as we head back towards the bottom of the third, up against George Springer, as Springer, oh my goodness, he did not look comfortable as he fell swinging a foul ball. 1-for-1 of a single in the first, batting .375 this World Series. Alec Nava with you, 0-1 pitch, Swinger, and swing and a miss. Springer, excuse me with the tongue twister, it's 0-2 to count. Ohtani went back to the fastball. Of course, Dodger fans don't want to be reminded of what happened 8 years ago when they faced Springer's Astros. The 0-2. And fouls this one off. 1-0-1 stays alive. Would have been better off taking a ball there. So it was well outside the zone. And George Springer will try again. World Series champion with the Astros. 0-2 pitch. Well outside as Ohtani curved this one. Well outside the zone for ball 1. And warming up is Justin Robleski. It was not Tyler Glass now, as he is still watching for the dugout. 1-2 pitch from Ohtani. Line drive on the left. That's shy of Kike Hernandez for a base hit. 3 for 6 is Springer since he returned in Game 6 onto the injury from injury. He was 2 for 4 in Game 6. Now he's 4 for 8. There's no 4 for 6. Excuse me there as I mix stats up. I apologize for it as Springer reaching on base. Back-to-back singles. Now it's Nathan Lucas. Second time around the order up against Ohtani. The first pitch and Lucas shows bunt. Gets this one over to Ohtani. Throw to first in time, but Lucas did what he had to do. He moves Springer to second. And he is in scoring position. And Vlad Jr. up at the plate, and his power bat is going to be of note. Will he get his 9th home run of this postseason, which will put him in sole possession of second in the all-time list for most home runs in a single postseason. Batting .346 this World Series with 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. First pitch is well outside, and it gets away! Springer advances to third. It's a pass ball from Smith. A wild pitch or pass ball can derail momentum for one team, and this is an area in which it's not going to bode well for the Dodgers, and Vlad is getting the intentional pass. The Dodgers are not taking any more chances from him, and here comes Bo Bichette up at the plate. And Dave Roberts is going to test him. First plate appearance was a walk. .316 batting average this World Series, and that batting average is entire postseason stats. All the World Series, as he missed the AODS and AOCS. He's playing from a position he's never played since minor league days, and Bichette flies this one over to center field. So long! Bo knows the way! It's 3-0! You walk Vlad Jr. to face Bichette, and immediately Bichette makes the Dodgers pay. 442 to left center for Bo Bichette. And he gets the Blue Jays on the board with a 3-run homer. One swing, and it's 3-0. Ohtani on 51 pitches. Lights up. Let's go, says Toronto. His first home run the entire postseason. And it could not have come at a more perfect time in Game 7 of the World Series. Ohtani knew it, and that is his night. We'll return in a moment. First pitch from Obleski is a strike to Addison Barger. Bo Bichette homered for the first time all postseason, and it's in the best situation possible. Game 7 up against Shohei Ohtani and Barger. This is fouled down the left field line. It's 0-2. It was just close enough, it being a fair ball. 2 solo home runs this series for the Blue Jays as opposed to the Dodgers 7. 7 of the 8 home runs for the Dodgers are solo shots. For the Blue Jays is more variety. 2 each between solo shot, 3-run home run, 3 2-run home runs, and 1 grand slam. The only home run for the Dodgers that wasn't a solo shot was a 2-run homer. Barger 1 for 1. 0-2. And Barger lines one up to center. This will be Edman fielding it. And Barger has a base hit. Toronto making this a lights out show. They only put up 1 run in Game 6 as they faced Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And he made life a living hell for the Blue Jays again in this World Series, limiting them to just 1 run. Here in Game 7, the Jays already have 3 runs thanks to Bichette. And Barger at first base. Alejandro Kirk for a second time around. Top right corner on the curveball. And a perfect spiral from Robleski. The intuition is that Tyler Glasnow will take them out next for the Dodgers. The 0-run. And here's Kirk over to right center field. And that will be caught by Edman. Arger's going to retreat back over to first base. He does not move. Robleski steps in immediately, making himself an impact. A little more carry, and that might have bounced off the wall. Perhaps a double for Kirk. And that could score Barger all the way from first. Tyler Glass now could be on his way to warming up. Sure enough. And here's Varsho. Takes ball one, sits downstairs on the slider. Imagine a party here if Toronto does win the World Series and the Blue Jays win it. Bottom of the third, 1-0. Varsho fouls hit down the left field line. The Let's Go Blue Jays chants already starting up again. No seat is occupied in this sold-out crowd. Everyone's on their feet, awaiting the delivery of the Commissioner's Trophy, hopefully for this home crowd. Strike two on the top center. On the fastball is a two-seam sinker. And already Glasnow is warming up. Dave Roberts is giving him the green light for the fourth inning onwards. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. And Varsho is down on strikes. That'll take us to the top of the fourth. Bo Bichette gets Toronto on the board first. LA will take the plate when we come back. Top of the fourth here is Scherzer. And that is skied over to left field. And that is going to the wall. The leap. And that almost was caught by Varsho. Will Smith is safe at second base as Varsho could not hang on. That was the swing that he was looking for. So Smith is safe. It's called a double. Roberts is one win away from his third World Series title as a manager. Technically, will be a four-time World Series champion, given that he was part of the Red Sox team that won in 2004. First pitch strike on the left line to Freddie Freeman. They've called it a hit. Varsho almost got that. They called it a hit. I thought it was an error. The 0-1. That is high for Scherzer. And Freeman is the count even up at 1. Has the count even up at 1. Ohtani pulled after 7 outs. Robleski got the final 2 outs of the third inning as Freeman lines one up. And that goes by Bichette. Staying put at third is Smith. Runners at the corners, no outs. And already the Dodgers offense waking up. And do we see Pete Walker coming out? No, it's not fun managing a Game 7. That was off the wall. And Varsho tried to get a hold of that. So that's why they called it a hit. Right over his glove. The bullpen's going to have a hefty day. The tying run is Mookie Betts. And Betts, did he reach? No. 1-0 is the count. And of course, every pitcher is a short leash in a Game 7. Scherzer at 41 years old. In a tough spot. With runners at the corners. The 1-0 pitch is up at the top line on the curveball. 1-1 count. And before the game, Vlad Guerrero Jr. wore a Marie-Philippe Poulin jersey on the way to Rogers Center. She returned the favor wearing a Vlad Jr. jersey. The 1-1. Fly ball. Over the right center. It is shallow, so this will not be enough to score Smith. He'll stay put as Barger steps up with one away. Holds him there. Betts out. That'll get Muncy up. And Barger does have a cannon of an arm. And Varsho also has a cannon of an arm. Scherzer up against Muncy. And this Toronto defense, one of the most underrated in the MLB. Blue Jays lead it 3-0. Top of the 4th. Muncy represents a tying run. And he can change things with one swing. The first pitch is a swing and a miss. The ball seemingly got away. Sir Anthony Dominguez is warming up from the bullpen. Everyone except Kevin Gausman is available. And that includes Trey Savage and Shane Bieber. The 0-1. It is near the dirt and near Muncy's foot, which evens up the count at 1-1. Muncy trying to swing and lift this one up with his big power bat. And a lot of changeups is being used. It's been the common swing and miss pitch from Scherzer. And Scherzer would love to go that changeup. He went with a slider, but it's outside. Ball 2, which makes the count 2-1. Of course, balls going outside is not what he wants to have. He wants to make this in the zone as possible to force some swings and misses. Mix things up. The 2-1. That's outside again on the fastball. On deck is Teoscar Hernandez. If there's no double play, he will get on the plate. Muncy waiting for the 3-1. On Scherzer's 40th pitch is a foul back. Makes the count full. It is 3-2 now. Fans applauding as they want to see another Scherzer strikeout. Mad for Max One blue eye, one brown eye. The heterochromic legend. Looking to deliver. Everyone on their feet. The payoff. Fouled off of Kirk. Stays alive just barely. That was in and out of the glove. As that foul tip could not be caught. Fans thought he had it. But no. We'll stay put here as Scherzer gets set to deliver again. Betts retired. And Scherzer will step off for the moment. What magic is going to be here? The payoff is inside. Ball 4. Bases loaded now. First walk allowed by Scherzer. And here's the former Blue Jay, Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar is 0 for 1 in this game. The best case scenario for the Blue Jays is a double play. Scherzer must get out of this jam. But you never know what happens when he is on the plate. Bases loaded as Teoscar takes one inside on the fastball. 96 miles an hour. Of course, there's no tomorrow. But this postseason at Rogers Center, he's 0 for 12, has struck out 8 times. The 1-0. Line and drive over to center, and a diving grab by Varsho. It'll score Smith, but what a grab by Varsho. Dalton Varsho has done it again. Limits the Dodgers as 1 run, no further damage. And in a play like that, that's best case scenario for the Blue Jays. Fans applauding that defensive effort from Varsho, who's playing like a Gold Glover at center field. Excellent defensive piece and the perfect replacement for Kevin Kiermaier. Varsho, a Gold Glove winner last year. He's been an excellent defender. He's been in the situation. Tommy Edman represents the go-ahead run. Max Muncy, the tying run. Inside on the changeup. 83 miles an hour. And Dave Roberts said he had a feeling about Tommy Edman entering this game. No, it's Tommy Two Bags. Because he can swing doubles. It's typically a fast base runner. He's been nursing an ankle injury all postseason long. Outside on the fastball. 2-0 count. 6-4-19 of a home run with runners in scoring position for Edman, including this World Series. Scherzer to deliver the 2-0. Edman lines this one up, and Vladdy gets it! What a grab by Vlad Jr. to end the top of the 4th. No further damage. Wow! We saw back-to-back spectacular plays on defense here for Toronto tonight. Let's see if they can cap this out with some more runs in the bottom of the 4th. On to the bottom of the fourth, where the Blue Jays lead 3-1 are looking to add to their lead. After facing off against Justin Robleski in the rest of the third inning, he has earned himself another inning. Pitched 11 times, threw 9 strikes, and this one on the ground to Betts. He fakes the throw once, and in time to Clement for the first out as Robleski still going. Betts faked the throw once. But what a big swing from Bo Bichette in the third inning. Dalton Varsho limited the damage. The sacrifice fly was from Will Smith, but that run scored was overshadowed by Varsho's insane catch at center field with the dive. Robleski up against Andres Gimenez in the bottom of the order. Oh, that nearly hit his elbow. And John Schneider. It's difficult managing a game while doing an interview at the same time. But Schneider learned from past mistakes. And his Blue Jays are in this position to take this one. Bottom right from Robleski. Evens it up 1-1 on Gimenez. Robleski has emerged into a key bullpen arm for the Dodgers. And one can assume that after Robleski comes Glass now. A bounce foul to right. Gimenez, previously with the Cleveland Guardians last year, traded to Toronto. Part of this championship contending Blue Jays core, which they emerged from out of nowhere. And if they win, this would be a dream come true for Canada. 1-2 is the count. Robleski getting set to deliver the pitch. The pitch. Ooh, almost hit him again. 2-2, and fans are growing impatient given the fact that Robleski has twice nearly hit Gimenez. And both times near that elbow. Ooh. I don't know if he tried to make that happen. But he's a scrappy hitter. And this time, it hits him. Over the first base goes Gimenez. And John Schneider is upset. Both the dugouts have cleared. Both dugouts have cleared. 3 times Robleski was near towards Gimenez's elbow. And both bullpens are empty. This is getting ugly. You're tired. You're fighting to the very end. You're using up every ounce of your energy. And then you have this happen. Both dugouts and bullpens have cleared. And that... It looks like he tries to get hit. This time he doesn't have to. Second time he didn't have to try. But then here in this third time... What's the ruling going to be? But then the last thing you want to see if you're a Dodgers fan is this happen. And Robleski said, "What? He tried to intentionally get hit." And that's when the disagreement started. And both dugouts and bullpens went onto the mound. If this doesn't scream Game 7, I don't know what does. Oh. Well, we haven't seen a fight, but we have a bench clearing in the World Series in Game 7. John Schneider comforting Andres Gimenez and he's giving some encouragement to Freddie Freeman as well. It was also noted that both bullpens have the number 51 on their caps, and the Blue Jays have the 51 on their caps too, out of respect to Alex Vesia, who was dealing with a deeply personal matter. And as he stepped away, and the Dodgers have the Blue Jays respect for that. They have just confirmed that the ruling was a hit by pitch. But as of right now, the delay is because of the deliberation. We're still waiting for the at-bat from George Springer. The umpires have issued warnings to the players for future benches clearing incidents. And now we're back to playing ball. Justin Robleski is warming up now. He has already thrown 15 pitches. He's doing some warm-up pitches. We have our two managers, Dave Roberts and John Schneider. Schneider's job was called into question last year after an incredibly disappointing 2024 season. Both him and Ross Atkins almost had their job. They had their jobs on the line, and here, this was more true than ever. And the Blue Jays put on their best season since their World Series winning year, going this deep into the postseason, and their best result since Joe Carter touched them all. They're 2-0 in World Series play. First pitch of Springer is outside, and Robleski cannot afford to lose his command. He was 2 for 5 in Game 7 of 2017 World Series with 2 home runs with the Houston Astros. The 1-0. Springer back to Robleski, and it gets away from him. It's going to be an infield single. 3 for 3 on the night. All singles for George Springer. It got away from Robleski, and Alejandro Kirk saw that no play was going to be made once he picked up the ball. Robleski sitting at 17 pitches. After this at-bat, there's Nathan Lucas. After this at-bat, it'll be it for Robleski as Glass now is ready to come out the bullpen. 2 straight days in which he is coming out. He pitched just 3 times yesterday. Lucas, a career minor leaguer, promoted up to the major leagues, and it's a playoff hero batting out the 2 spot. Spent several games at the 1 spot, and the time when Springer is out. Game 4. And Game 5 was Davis Schneider up against Blake Snell. Andres Jimenez is at second. Springer at first. Lucas at the plate. You go from a righty to a lefty at the plate. Left on left matchup. Robleski trying to get another out before Vlad Guerrero Jr. comes in. Though the best thing that LA can do is a double play. Glass now getting ready. The longtime Tampa Bay Ray and former AAA World Series champion with the Durham Bulls. Lucas on the first pitch fouls it off himself. But that was Will Smith, excuse me, not Alejandro Kirk. So my mistake. But if Lucas reaches, it is Vlad Jr. And unless Vlad Jr.'s walked, it could be the last batter. If it is 2 outs after Lucas. Vlad Jr. can be dangerous. And if Vlad has walked, Bichette will come back to the plate. 0-1 count up against Robleski. 3-1 Blue Jays lead. Game 7 World Series. The pitch is in the zone, top right corner. The count now at 0-2. Platoon partner with Schneider, who can excel against both righties and lefties. Upstairs on the fastball. 1-2 count. 7 Nation Army rings out over at Roger Setter. Blue Jays trying to finish the job tonight. Jimenez at second, Springer at first. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on a slider. On a breaking pitch. Does Robleski go for another batter? No. Roberts is going to pull him to get Glasnow on the mound. Of course, that's going to be it for Robleski. And we're going to see Tyler Glasnow for the final out of the fourth. The Blue Jays at 7 hits this game. The Dodgers at just 3. Runners at first and second. We'll be back. Tyler Glasnow, the new man on the mound for LA. He pitched out the bullpen yesterday, got the save on just 3 pitches. So he's plenty healthy here tonight. He was originally slated to be the starter tonight, but because he was shifted to the bullpen, so he's pitching in this situation. 1.42 ERA for Glasnow in 5 games, 3 starts. Started in Game 4 against Philly. Game 3 against Milwaukee. Game 3 of this series. And then Game 6. Vladdy takes one high on the sinker. Last time out, Vladdy was walked intentionally 6 for 19 of a home run in his career against Glasnow, including the postseason. The 1-0 in the zone. Down the middle at 86 miles an hour on the slider. And this is not the pitcher that you want. It's not the hitter that you want to face if you're any pitcher, no matter how good you are. It's a chance to see all 4 of the starters in this 7th game. As Vladdy, he did not go on a high fastball. It was outside the zone, just a little up, 2-1 count. We could see Blake Snell and, most shockingly, Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the Dodgers. A chance to see all 4 starting pitchers. The 2-1. Way outside. It's a curveball. Makes the count 3-1. You know, fastballs may be the case here if Glasnow were to keep on going. If he's going to keep selling out with fastball, if Vladdy were to strike back here. Fans on their feet, 3-1. And here's Vladdy on the right field on the line, but Edman does not have to move much, as it was high enough for him to make the catch. 3-1 Jays, headed to the 5th. the 5th inning. And the Jays still up 3-1. The Dodgers have a chance to change that. And Max Scherzer is still going. He's up against Kike Hernandez, who swings and misses on the first pitch. This time it was a slider that Scherzer went to. Sir Anthony Dominguez was slated to warm up at the bullpen. In the 4th inning, Scherzer got out the bases loaded jam. 0-1. Another swing and a miss. Back-to-back sliders and back-to-back swings and misses. Loey Varlin and Mason Fluharty warming up. So Dominguez is scratched out. So 0-2, Dominguez originally slated to warm up and come out the bullpen. That's not happening anymore. 1-2 now as that one outside. So we'll see how much longer Scherzer goes here. Ohtani was pulling the 3rd inning. The 1-2. Inside on a changeup. That one near Kike. Evens up at 2-2. Frequent October hero. The calendar flipped to November. Scherzer getting set to deliver the 2-2 on the way. Did he reach? He did! Struck him out. Goodbye. Yeah, he still has the consistency that he can deliver. And once again, he has delivered here in the biggest game the Blue Jays season. Ballboy umpire Adrian Johnson. Well, that did not look like a strike, and Kike is furious. First pitch to Rojas. On the right line as a strike. Though, that one was a ball, if you want to ask my honest opinion. Rojas batting 0-for-6 in the World Series. Inserted into the lineup in Game 6 as the glue guy. More known for defense now than the bat. But he has that swing-changing consistency. The 0-1. Rojas lines one up to the left. And this will get to Lucas. Base hit. And the first hit for Rojas. That means Ohtani is the tying run. And that will be it for Scherzer. In all likelihood. You figure that Schneider is going to go to Fluharty. He's coming out. That's going to be it for Scherzer after 54 pitches, so his night is over. The ideal matchup is Fluharty, given that he has dominated Ohtani. And logically, that is the right option, though Ohtani got a hit off of Fluharty yesterday. Scherzer's done. We'll go to Fluharty here. Top of the 5th. Dodgers have 4 hits, 1 run. Blue Jays 7 hits, 3 runs. We'll return in a moment. Scherzer shows his appreciation for the fans after he exits after 4 1/3 innings as Ohtani fouls the first pitch. It is not Fluharty, it is Varland. You would believe that Fluharty would come in, but actually it is Louis Varland. This is his 15th game played in the postseason. Fluharty is still warming up at the bullpen. You would imagine he'll be the next guy on. Varland has been the most trusted reliever by John Schneider. Post typically used for middle inning relief. Varland forces a swing and miss on a knuckle curve. Coming in from that dynamic Twins bullpen at the trade deadline, which had also included Griffin Jackson, Yohan Duran. Rock Stewart, another key bullpen arm from the Twins, traded to the Dodgers for James Outman, but Stewart not named to the roster as he was injured. Ohtani smokes one to right, and that'll move Rojas over to second where he is held. Will Smith coming up representing the go-ahead run. A hard hit ball off of Varland from Shohei Ohtani. It's a breaking ball. Most of the damage is done on breaking balls, in which Ohtani can do. Bichette tried to pick it up, could not. Smith, the go-ahead run. Ohtani, the tying run. As Varland looks at second, and here's the first pitch, which is a strike on a knuckle curve. Still, it's 3-1 Blue Jays. It's been that way ever since the Will Smith sac fly. 36 career RBI in the postseason for Smith, which is third most all-time among catchers. The 0-1. Outside on the knuckle curve, ball one. And it looked like Gausman was not going to get the starting game 2 of this series because normally he's the ace pitcher. He normally get game 1. But you get Trey Savage instead. Smith flies this one over to center field. Varsho calls for it. He will make the catch. Rojas held at second base. 2 away. Scherzer watches onwards from the dugout. Here's Freddie Freeman. Last year, the Dodgers won the World Series, making an emphatic comeback, trailing 5-0 after 4 innings. They won 7-6, and most of the damage was done with 2 outs in the 5th inning. The Blue Jays have had stellar defense all game long, and Freeman fouls one on a golf ball swing. And Freeman, one of the clutchest hitters in the MLB, can take matters into his own hands with one swing. Ohtani reached on base. Dismal outing as a pitcher, but otherwise a strong outing as a batter. Home field advantage usually applies. 0-1 as is downstairs on a changeup, 1-1. And even with this swing off, tying this game may never feel that far off for the Dodgers. And Freddie Freeman, 36-year-old representing Canada in international play. The 1-1. Freeman lifts one up over to center field. Varsho's there again. And the top of the 5th is over and done with. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Louis Varland does the job, despite allowing a hit to Ohtani. But otherwise, a solid inning from Varland. Bo Bichette, the man of the hour tonight, leads off the bottom of the fifth up against Tyler Glasnow. Takes one outside on the fastball, 96 miles an hour, 350. Batting average this World Series. First home run of this postseason tonight. How fitting. And Bichette lines one up, caught by Muncy. As that one going towards him. Saves a double. Max Scherzer, 4-1 innings pitched. He has an earned run. He was not on the ALDS roster. Bo Bichette with a 3-run homer in the third inning. He missed the first 2 rounds of the postseason. But it's better to capitalize late than never, as they say. And of course, late indeed it is. At the latest possible game, he's done. Both of them have done exactly that. Ball one to Barger, who was 2 for 2 tonight. 6 multi-hit games this World Series for Barger, which ties the single World Series record. Having himself the postseason of his life. The 1-0 on the left line, and that's inside 97 miles an hour. It is 1-1 on the count. And Chris Bassett warming up. It looks like he'll be ready for the 6th inning to go for a long relief if needed. That curveball wasn't even close. Ball 2. 2-1 count. Over to Barger. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. A World Series batting average of .522. Could be a World Series MVP. We might never know. The 2-1. Fouls this one back towards the home plate wall. 2-2. He's one of the best hitters this World Series, if not the best. He's been known for clutch hitting, Barger is. He hit a home run in Game 6 of the ALCS against the Mariners. This is the biggest game of his life now, along with the Blue Jays. And Barger fouls this one on a curveball. Probably shouldn't have swung on that one to take ball 3 instead, probably. Count is full. Of course, we're going to be scoreboard watching throughout. And are going to wait who is being named World Series MVP. The Commissioner's Trophy is in the building, of course. This is Game 7. Glasnow at the mound. And Barger. Is he going to... I don't know what was here. Is he getting the intentional pass? Or he took a timeout? Well, he called a timeout, so he's going to go back onto the plate. So, we're going to continue this at-bat. 2-2 from Glasnow to Barger. The pitch. And he's away. Swinging on a curveball. Went golfing. 2 out. North-south breaking ball from Glasnow. He's now up against Alejandro Kirk, the catcher. Will Smith doing an excellent job behind the plate, catching for the Dodgers. Glasnow sitting at 13 pitches. First pitch to Kirk. Very friendly call for Glasnow. Fouled out, lined out was Kirk. In this game, .261 batting average. Well, in the World Series, that is, actually. The 0-1. He fouls this one. Was a sinker at 98 miles per hour. So Kirk back in Game 3. He turned the game around with a home run before he was pulled for Tyler Heineman. Career minor leaguer. The 0-2. And Kirk lines this one up down at right center. He singles here and adds more damage to this. Dalton Varsho, who's been stellar defensively tonight, up now at the plate. You remember that had sac fly in which he saved a double? That was one of 2 great defensive plays for the Blue Jays tonight. So far, the Dodgers, they're not running into a team that is bad defensively, this is an excellent defensive team. Varsho, Guerrero, Jimenez, Kirk, Clement, you name it. Swing and a miss from Varsho. That offer was low, in which he jumped towards that ball that went downstairs. Bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. They love Alejandro Kirk here in Toronto. The 0-1 pitch. Inside on a slider. 1-1 count. Of course, they have a lot of fan favorites. 179 batting average for Varsho. 2 RBIs. You think if it was allowed here in game 1, as Varsho grounds this one, that should do it for the 5th. If you thought it was allowed here in game 1, if Toronto wins game 7, it's going to break the roof. We'll be right back for the 6th. To the 6th we go. And it's Chris Bassett taking the mound for Toronto to preserve this 3-1 lead. Bo Bichette had the 3-run home run for the Blue Jays. Will Smith a sac fly. His first pitch is outside on a 73-mile-an-hour sweeper. 10 strikeouts to 1 walk for Bassett in 6 postseason games for the former Oakland A. 36-year-old was the odd man out among the starting rotation. Throws a strike on the bottom left corner of the sinker. Was the odd man out in the rotation once he came back from injury. Relegated to a bullpen role, but he navigated it very well, despite starting 31 games this season. The 1-1. And that's in the zone. 1-2. And Bassett looks even more comfortable with every game he pitches. As a reliever, as a starter, no matter where he's gone, he has delivered here. 1-2. That's outside on a sweeper. 2-2. He continues to go a roll here. Scherzer got the first 4 innings, 4 and 1/3. Varwin got the last 2 outs. Now it's Bassett. The 2-2. No swing. It was a curveball at 72. And Betts has the count full, working his way from a 1-2 count. Only 7 runs scored from the Dodgers over the last 4 games. And he takes ball 4. Sent to first. Tying run is at the plate. Now we get to Max Muncy. It turns out and it looks like the game has been revolving around him. 1 home run for Muncy in this World Series, so he's batting 120. And he fouls the first pitch off himself on the sinker. There's no shortage of opportunities for Muncy. And the 1 run scored was in the 4th inning. That was from Will Smith. Muncy's 4 for 13 against Muncy career-wise. 0-1. Winds one up over the right. The first 2 runs that could potentially score at first and second. Tying run at first. Go ahead run at the plate, and that is Teoscar Hernandez, the former Blue Jay. And these are the top 2 comeback teams in baseball this season. So Sir Anthony Dominguez was not scratched. John Schneider gets him back up to warm up. So Alejandro Kirk has a mound meeting with Bassett beforehand. Things are not going to go perfect for either team, but the Blue Jays have the better hitting situation. The Dodgers have the better pitching situation. The difference being the Bo Bichette home run as Pete Walker phones in the bullpen. Teoscar Hernandez can change this game with 1 swing. .259 batting average, a sac fly, and an RBI in the 4th. Nobody out here top of the 6th as it's in the zone, bottom left corner. Bassett trying to get out the first and second jam, with Toronto leading 3-1. But you can never count the Dodgers out of any game. But neither can you count the Blue Jays out of any game, so it evens out. Downstairs, on the sinker, 92 miles an hour. With the count at 1-1 now. Barring a double play, he had to work through at least him, Tommy Edman, and Kike Hernandez. If you're Bassett. The 1-1. Oh, just outside, they say. It looked to be on the top line. Fans are not happy with that one. Count now 2-1. The sinker. That was a very friendly call towards Teoscar's way. That was a breaking ball. The 2-1 is fouled away. 2-2. Runners in scoring position tonight. The Dodgers 1-for-7. The Blue Jays 2-for-7. The crowd wanting to get louder here as they go on. 2-2 to count to Teoscar. Blue Jays still lead 3-1. Bassett at 12 pitches. There's Sir Anthony Dominguez warming up. Figure it would be him. Mason Fluharty. As Teoscar bounces this one. And there's the out at second. That'll be all that the Jays will get. Max Muncy out there. Advances the runner to from second to third. That being Mookie Betts. Betts is a fast base runner. He got a good jump. Out of second is Muncy. Not a fast base runner. But Betts is a threat to steal. Tommy Edman in the game now. He has hit it hard both times on the day. 0 for 2, fly out and line out. We're cycling through the order once again. Toronto up 3-1 on LA. Way outside for ball one, sinker at 91 miles an hour. He's not a fastballer. Last year he was a trade deadline pickup from the St. Louis Cardinals. The 1-0. Fouled this one to left. 1-1 count. At the spot, it is not comfortable for Toronto, a 3-1 lead up against the Dodgers. They led 3-0 thanks to Bo Bichette. The Dodgers sitting on a 1-1 count with one out. The pitch. Fly ball over to center field. Varsho steps up. He has plenty of room to make the catch. Betts is going to try for the plate. Here's the throw. It is cut off. It's 3-2 now. A sacrifice fly from Tommy Edman. The throw cut off. Not a lot of power on Varsho's throw. And with 2 outs, KK Hernandez now comes up. They got the 1. And Shohei Ohtani thrilled at that 1 run. Scored. With Betts in, a fast runner. Now Kike. Batting 8th in this order as he swip places with Edman. First pitch. Perfect curve on the left line that froze him. 71 miles an hour from Bassett. He's 0 for 2. The most impact is from the defense. Bottom line this time. Throws him again. 0-2 to count to Kike. Everyone on their feet. Wanting to get the last out. Toronto wants to get the last out of the top of the 6th. The 0-2. On the ground to right. And that's a base hit for Kike. Moves Teoscar to second in scoring position. Tying runs in scoring position. Go ahead run at first. Miguel Rojas up at the plate to face Bassett. And Trey Savage, would you look at that? He is now warming up from the bullpen. It's all hands on deck. And Savage, trusted a lot by John Schneider with every passing game. Had his best outing in Game 5. A 12 strikeout game. Which set the Rookie World Series record for most strikeouts in a game. First pitch to Rojas is a dot. Down the middle. 90 miles an hour. With the cutter. 1-run game. But Rojas, 6 for 12. A double and 3 RBIs against Bassett career-wise. Way upstairs is this pitch. Bassett trying to get out this jam again. 1-1 count. And Rojas, the glue guy, is described by Dave Roberts. Wanting to get something here. Some more for the Dodgers and not just a sac fly. Swing and a miss on the curveball. That time it went at 72 miles an hour. The curveball has been one of Bassett's favorite pitches. The 1-2. Inside this time. Could not get him out there. Count even, 2-2. When one side is going to show lots of emotions here. Once this at-bat is over and done with. 2 on, 2 out here as Rojas fouls this one away. 3-2, Blue Jays lead it. And Bassett once again facing runners at first and second, trying to get out the jam. The Dodgers score one, but they have scored only one on both instances. And what they have scored, both on sacrifice flies. The 2-2 is upstairs on a cutter. And here's the dreaded situation. A walk here can load the bases. Bassett at 25 pitches. And if Rojas does reach, Shohei Ohtani's up. He doesn't want to face it by any means. On the full count, the payoff is a chopper. Goes back to Bassett and he'll tag him. Stops him from going to first. And that is it for the top of the sixth. It's a one-run game. Blue Jays lead 3-2 in the sixth inning. To the bottom of the sixth, the top two comeback teams in the MLB continue to duel here at Rogers Center. It's Tyler Glasnow once again. No swing from Ernie Clement, who has been lights out this season and postseason, batting .357 in the World Series. Entering this game, .397. 1-0 pitch is a swing and a miss on a slider. Switch things up to 90 miles an hour in this tight affair. The only score from Toronto being Bo Bichette's home run. The 1-1. It is low on the sinker. 97 miles an hour. The Jays have just kept the ball in play all season long. And that applies with Clement too, a breakout player for Toronto. The 2-1. He did not swing. It is 3-1 the count on the slider. Again. And while Clement sliced his foot open, needing 10 stitches, he never missed time. 3-1. On a line drive to left, that's a base hit. Stepping up is Kike Hernandez to hold him to a single. Ernie Clement. How about this kid? Now up next is Andres Jimenez, the 9-hitter. While the Dodgers have pulled within 1, the Blue Jays are threatening again. And Jimenez can get things going. 29 hits for Clement, tied for the most in a single postseason with Randy Arozarena in 2020 with 29. Vlad Guerrero Jr. is 1 behind Clement with 28. Jimenez shows bunt. That's upstairs on the fastball. And Glass now trying to strike him out as Jimenez. He wanted to bunt this one up. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th inning from Justin Robleski. 3 times that he was almost... Twice he was almost hit. This is ball downstairs. 2-0, fastball 97. Twice he was almost hit, close to that elbow. But the 3rd time it got his elbow. 2-0. If Glass now still going. Muncy and Freeman move in for defensive purposes. 2-0. Jimenez shows bunt again. That is slightly upstairs. 3-0 count with Jays fans on their feet. And George Springer will be due up next. 3-0 count. And Jimenez retracted on the bunt. That's strike 1. And you would not anticipate this starting pitching going like this for the Dodgers. Clement goes. And he'll take second as a strike 2 on Jimenez. Clement reaches second without a throw. 2 players who have been thriving for the Jays. And he can steal bases for sure. Base running has been a strength. Glass now at 29 pitches. The next will be his 30th. On the payoff. Jimenez lines one up to right center. This will make it to the wall. Clement will score. Jimenez with a double to score in Clement. And an emphatic slide from Clement at the end of it. There's something to make up for Chris Tanev's injury in the Maple Leafs game tonight, as Jimenez continues to thrive on the biggest stage. That one was shy of Teoscar Hernandez, who did not attempt to dive to the ball. And Glass now frustrated. A chance for another run as Jimenez is in scoring position. Mark Pryor comes out as George Springer enters up onto the plate. Scoop, there it is, are the chants. Jimenez 8 for 19 with runners in scoring position this postseason. And he's been electric. And that's an error. Here is the guy that everyone would love to see. George Springer. Perhaps getting a Kirk Gibson moment, as what he did in Game 7 of the ALCS. 2 for 5, a home run, 2 doubles against the Dodgers. Can he do it again? First pitch, no. It's a slider which he swings and misses. Jimenez at second, no outs. Spring in November shows one to side. 0-1 count as Glass now looks at second. The pitch. Oh! Springer had to avoid that one. He thought it was going to get hits. It's 1-1, the count. But Jimenez, Emmett Sheehan warming up. He'll be the next man out of the bullpen for Dave Roberts and company. Springer 3 for 3. And here's the 1-1. Use the disengagement. Louis Varland used 3 straight disengagement at second base to advance the runner to third base. Though that was intentional because the chance was that he would get the runner out at home if that was the case. Last down 32 pitches, the 1-1. Strike 2 on the sinker, 97 miles an hour. Makes the count 1-2 as Kiner-Falefa continues to warm up. This young phenom has been a standout. There are many candidates for World Series MVP on the Blue Jays. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Ernie Clement, Kiner-Falefa. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. And Glasnow will get Springer to sit down for the first time tonight. It took him until his 4th plate appearance to not reach base. His first 3 plate appearances were all singles. The 3rd one was an infield single. Andres Gimenez has been excellent. Nathan Lucas now up, a postseason hero for the Blue Jays. First pitch is a strike. Throws him on a fastball. Didn't know what he can do. Sack bunt in the 3rd to advance the runners. Lucas already up. This lefty bat getting set for the 0-1. Jimenez at second base. Blue Jays leading 4-2. Lines one up over to center field. Going back is Edman. He catches it. Jimenez will make a run for it over to third base. He'll get there without a throw. And now, the man of the hour, Vlad Guerrero Jr. And you think that a home run will be coming very soon here. It's expected from him. He was intentionally walked in the 3rd. He scored a run thanks to Bo Bichette. And that was on the first pitch after he got the intentional pass. It's basically pick your poison here at this point. Jimenez outside on a slider. As Jimenez just way out, trying to establish himself on an early jump. That will be excellent for infield singles. 1-0 is the count to Guerrero. The pitch, and Vladdy chops this one. This will be grabbed by Muncy. He has a good arm. And Guerrero is thrown out. The Blue Jays get their run back. But it's just 1 run. 4-2 they lead. And will stretch. 7th inning is next.
Pow.
Savage came into the season unknown, but everyone knows him now. A postseason phenom and a future ace. He is on the mound. Would you look at that? On 2 days rest on the mound. As he throws a first pitch ball, but his splitter has been given and his guys fits. The batters he faces as he throws 2 straight balls. John Schneider trusts him a lot with starts. Savage coming out the bullpen, and this is Game 7 of the World Series. There is no tomorrow. The 2-0 is downstairs and it gets away from Kirk. It's 3-0 on the count. 360 batting average on the World Series for Ohtani. He's 2 for 3 with 2 singles. By all accounts, he's been having an excellent World Series at the plate. I'm Alec Nava. The Blue Jays lead 4-2 on the Dodgers here in Game 7. This is top of the line on the slider for Savage. The count now 3-1. Ohtani trying to draw something here and give the Dodgers life. Savage pitching on 2 days rest. Is it gonna pay off? The 3-1. Ball 4, and Ohtani will head to first. Now comes Will Smith. Top of the 7th inning. With the Dodgers down by 2, Smith represents the tying run. Best case scenario is a double play. We have not had a double play since the first inning when George Springer tried to steal base. That one just downstairs on a slider. 1-0 count for Smith, and it's a tough spot for both these teams for many reasons. Smith, the tying run, he was elevated from the 4 spot to the 2 spot after batting cleanup for most of this World Series. Chris Woodward, the first base coach, gets him there. Smith had to go-ahead home run in 7th inning of Game 2. Freddie Freeman, a walk-off home run in the 18th inning of Game 3. Mookie Betts, a 2-run single in the 3rd inning of Game 6. For the Hollywood heroes in this World Series for the Dodgers. The Blue Jays had a plethora of heroes, most notably Savage. And a strike on a fastball, 94 miles an hour. John Schneider trusts Savage at this spot. And while Game 5 he's shown the best and brightest, this is the biggest inning of his career. Fly ball, center field, Varsho right there for the catch. Holds Ohtani at first base. The first out is on Freddie Freeman, now up onto the plate. He can change matters with one swing. He can tie it. He is a tying run. And Savage is coming in out of relief. Very rare for stars to do, but that is the case for Bassett. He was converted to a bullpen arm ahead of the ALCS. It's trade days is one of the signs. You're opting with Savage over Sir Anthony Dominguez as this pitch was upstairs. 1-0 count on Freeman. Canadian-American. Born near the Los Angeles area, but represents Canada in international play. The 1-0. That's in the zone on the splitter. And that's the pitch that frustrates batters. His trademark pitch. He uses the fastball a lot. But the splitter has been in a pitch that hitters had a hard time against. This splitter was way upstairs. It now becomes 2-1. 2-1 count as Freeman facing off against Savage. Ohtani at first. Freeman at the plate trying to tie things up. The 2-1. On a bouncer, caught by Guerrero, throw to second there, and then back to first in time for a double play. Vlad Jr. fired up as he gets Ohtani out at second. And then the throw from Rojas back to Guerrero. A 3-4-3 double play to send us to the bottom of the 7th. 3 for free. Double play to set things up for the bottom of the 7th. Up against Emmett Sheehan as Bichette wildly swings and misses on the fastball. A huge double play. And Tommy Edman over at center field still. You'd imagine what could be. 0-1 count to Bichette. Playing at second base. 0-1. Another swing and a miss. Back-to-back fastballs for Sheehan. To start things out in the bottom of the 7th. And Sheehan would start to heat up here in this World Series. His best outing was 2 2/3 innings in Game 3. He delivers the 0-2. Bichette fouls this one away. It's 3 straight fastballs to begin his outing. Bichette delivered on a 3-run home run. Back at the 3rd inning. And that was a no-doubt shot. 442 feet to left field. Sheehan. The 0-2. Downstairs on a curveball. It's ball 1. Toronto trying to hold on to a 4-2 lead. Trying to do it with their bullpen, which has been excellent this postseason. It's been a revelation. Trey Savage, especially out the bullpen. Amazing. The 1-2. He struck him out on a fastball. 4 fastballs and one of them that went upstairs to get him out. And Vlad Guerrero Jr. found it easy to get back to get the double play. Get Ohtani out at second. Fans ecstatic seeing that double play. And Bichette, all smiles. Scotiabank Arena watching this watch party after the Raptors played their game as this went downstairs for Addison Barger. The Raptors didn't play tonight, but they will be playing soon enough. Barger 2 for free. 2 of those hits were singles. The 1-0 in the zone, bottom side on the fastball at 96 miles an hour to even up the count as Sheehan starting to find his form. He's been a huge piece. This offense, the most impressive part of this Blue Jays team. The 1-1. Downstairs again. This time the changeup. 2-1 count. Alejandro Kirk on deck. The Jays were 23rd in runs scored last year. They have improved a lot in this postseason. And season 2-1. On the ground to first, Freeman waves off Sheehan to put away Barger. 2 outs. Both Jeff Hoffman and Jack Dreyer are warming up. So the 3 best bullpen arms will soon get used up from the Dodgers. You see Tyler Glass now. It doesn't appear we'll be seeing Blake Snell anytime soon unless this game goes to extras. Alejandro Kirk up next. He's at the plate. He's 1 for 3, one of the most improved players on the Jays. First pitch to him. Line drive over to right. And that's down. Fielded by Teoscar. Kirk is held at first base. Second hit of the game for Kirk as he takes Sheehan 10 pitches deep. And now Dalton Varsho, defensive phenom. He's been everywhere over at center field, and you wonder why hitters are still hitting to him. And people are saying, don't hit to him. Varsho 0 for 3, a flyout, strikeout, groundout. Forget about the offensive numbers. He's been excellent defensive piece as Varsho takes strike 1, top left corner, just barely over there. The diving play was emphatic and the epitome of his defense and his Blue Jay defense. The Jays swarm all over the field. Bottom to 7th, 0-1 count to Varsho. That's way upstairs. A fastball from Sheehan, not even close. 1-1 count. It's Varsho, the former Diamondback who was traded to Toronto in exchange for Gabby Moreno and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And now Varsho being a late bloomer You see, this is a win-win trade. The 1-1. Foul to left. That'll make it a 1-2 count. The Dodgers have not had a 1-2 inning in this game. Sheehan getting ready for the 1-2 pitch. The Toronto trying to build on their 4-2 lead. Here's the 1-2, and this one fouled on a liner to right. The Dodgers have had many chances. Got their way back. A run to fourth and a run to sixth. Both of them on sac flies. 1-2 pitch. Got him out swinging on the fastball. Now on to the 8th we go. We're likely seeing Jeff Hoffman if Trey Savage is tasked with just 1 inning. We'll be right back. The 121st World Series comes down to the wire. And yes, we will be seeing Trey Savage on the mound again, pitching a second inning as Jeff Hoffman is warming up. The Dodgers are 2-4 all time when trailing entering the 8th inning or later in winner-take-all games. 1955 in the World Series, 1965 in the World Series. Of course, those memorable moments, his bat swings and misses, golfing on a slider. Immediately to count 0-1. If Savage can go 2 innings, then after that it's likely going to be Hoffman to close it. 0-1. Another swing and a miss. It's back-to-back sliders for Savage to begin the 8th. So much faith in this young buck to be the future ace of the Jays. Picked 20th overall in the 2024 draft as Betts fouls it off himself. That's a first straight slider from Savage. At this point, one can wonder, why did 19 teams pass up on him? Well, in fairness to the Sacramento A's, Nick Kurtz looks very promising. The 0-2. On the ground to Jimenez. Throw all the way to first is in time for the out. And that will put Max Muncy at the plate, trying to bring some momentum back for the Dodgers, but the hits have just not come as of late. The runs have came, but both of them have came in sac flies. The Blue Jays' main difference was the 3-run home run by Bo Bichette after Vlad Guerrero Jr. was intentionally walked. The first pitch to Muncy, wow, a very friendly call. That should have been called a ball. Instead, it's strike one. And a split that moves that much as Max Muncy wants to keep the pace going here for the Dodgers. It's a 1-1 count. That they're over his left leg. It's a reminder of how rough this game can be. The 1-1. A fly ball high and deep to right. And that one is out of here. Max Muncy gets one back for LA. It's a 1-run game now. 4-3, the Jays still lead. The 8th solo home run by the Dodgers in this World Series. That would guarantee that Shohei Ohtani will hit again. High fives all around the Dodger dugout. But it's just business as usual for LA. They want to take this win as Teoscar swings and misses. That one was a golf ball swing on a slider. Teoscar is a tying run. The Jays want to get their 2-run lead back. This ball game is not over yet. On the ground, a cue shot over to Bo Bichette. 2 away. Tommy Edman now up. And that home run put this game up in 1. And an excellent fly ball all the way over to right field that hit one of the LED light boards. And now we'll be seeing Trey Savage get pulled. Fist bumps to his teammates as John Schneider comes on to him. His rookie season comes to a close by putting away Teoscar Hernandez. It's Jeff Hoffman time, tasked with a 4-out save here in Game 7. Max Muncy's third home run of this postseason gets the Dodger watch party all fired up. Here in the top of the 8th, and Jeff Hoffman tasked with a 4-out save here. And he throws ball 1. It looked to be strike 1, just barely. Right on Tommy Edman. Up on deck is Kike Hernandez. 33 saves for Hoffman in the regular season, 4th in the MLB. The 1-0. That one even further away. Splitter this time. It's no big deal for Edman. He had a sac fly and RBI in the 6th. 1-run game. The Jays trying to add more damage in the bottom of the 8th. Bo Bichette's 3-run home run is the difference. The 2-0. Strike 1 at the top right corner. 3 pitches already used by Hoffman. And Blake Snell, can you imagine this? Snell and Yoshinobu Yamamoto are both warming up as Edman chops one on a cue shot over to second, and the top of the 8th is over. The Dodgers are within 1, but who will we get in the bottom of the 8th? Snell, Yamamoto, or will be someone else here in this bullpen? We'll find out when we return. Bottom of the 8th. And we're going to stay with you all the way to the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy and World Series MVP. Emmett Sheehan is still going up against Ernie Clement. And Clement swings and misses on a slider. 2 for 3. Clement has the postseason record, tied with Randy Arozarena for most hits in a single postseason. 0-1 to count. And Clement tried to go for his 30th hit of the postseason, which would be absurd. 79-mile-an-hour curveball that was well upstairs, not even close to the zone. And Sheehan trying to get the pitch columns worked up. Every reliever has the 51. That call undercat both the Dodgers and the Jays. Foul ball to left, and that one was upstairs, the pitch. And Clement staying put for an extended look. Blue Jays want to celebrate in front of this home crowd. Max Scherzer looking to come out on top. And even though we are not likely seeing Clayton Kershaw here, he wants to finish his career on top too. There he go. 2-2. He did not reach. It bounced off the dirt. This franchise founded in 1977. Alongside the Seattle Mariners, they've won 2 World Series titles back-to-back in 92 and 93. The 2-2. Over to left center field. It goes deep, and it bounces off the wall. He'll reach his second base, and there it is. Meet your new all-time single-season hit leader in a postseason. Ernie Clement has his 30th postseason hit. History has been made. Atop of his own fastball in which he had no second thoughts. And once again, it's Andres Jimenez with runners in scoring position. And this is where he is most dangerous. Clement's going to sub out for a pinch runner. Dave Roberts is going to bring in another one of his starters in this situation, and he's going to call on Blake Snell. We'll be right back. In 1993 was the last time the Blue Jays celebrated a World Series title when Joe Carter hit his famous home run. Paul Molitor was the World Series MVP that year. The Blue Jays that year had 7 All-Stars on the roster, including Carter and Molitor. The Montreal Canadiens won their last championship in 1993, which is the last time a Canadian NHL team won a championship. But the last time a Canadian team won a championship in any of the 4 major North American professional sports was the Toronto Raptors in 2019. 9 runners left on base for the Blue Jays, 7 for the Dodgers. The score is 4-3 Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays have recorded 12 hits on the game. They've been especially strong off Blake Snell in this series, whether it be Game 1, Game 5, and Roberts is trusting Snell out the bullpen here in Game 7. Everyone made available, and yes, that includes Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Among historic postseason home runs, Joe Carter, 1993. Jose Bautista, 2015. George Springer, earlier this year in the ALCS. And Bo Bichette, in the grandest age of baseball, Game 7 of this World Series. Of course, Bautista of his iconic bat flip in Game 5 of the ALDS against the Texas Rangers. Carter hitting his free-run home run off All-Star Phillies closer Mitch Williams to win it for the Jays that year. Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, and Ohtani. The best pitching rotation in the entire MLB. 3 of them have already been used here tonight. Ohtani went first, Glasnow went second, and now Snell entering here in the 8th inning. That means Yamamoto is available. And if this goes to the 9th inning with the Dodgers leading, we could see Yamamoto possibly being out there if he were to record a save in this scenario. Grounds crew is working on the mound to level out the dirt here in this 8th inning. The Blue Jays held a 3-0 lead. The Dodgers cut it to 4-3 thanks to Max Muncy and his home run. Ian, glad you joined along for the 8th inning plus.
Yes, sir. I'm currently on vacation in New York, but I'm joining you for the end of this epic clash.
All right, but this World Series has been a fun one, no matter how it goes. We know the Dodgers were expected to make it back here after they beat the Phillies, but no matter what happens the rest of this game, the Blue Jays have nothing to be ashamed of.
Absolutely not.
Oh man, November baseball. Who could have imagined this? Well, nobody in Toronto imagined this at the beginning of the year, but this has been the biggest surprise of all.
Yeah.
But now, Don Mattingly, who has spent 17 years as a player, 10 as a coach, 12 as a manager. He's back as a coach with the Toronto Blue Jays, was most notable for his time with the New York Yankees as a player. And now bottom the 8th runner at second. Downstairs, no swing, as Jimenez showed bunt. And Ernie Clement was at second. He now is the single postseason all-time hitter. He just broke Randy Arozarena's record. And Vlad Guerrero Jr. is just one hit behind Arozarena. Jimenez showing bunt again. Fouls this one off. It is 1-1. But the main goal here is that Jimenez is going to advance Clement over to third base so that Springer can hit one of his signature dingers off Snell. I know people give a lot of flack to Springer for the cheating scandal, but if he can hit one out the park, that means redemption for Springer in the biggest stage. He is familiar with this place. He has a 1-1 career in World Series Game 7s. The 1-1. And this time Jimenez and Muncy snacks one out the air to get the first one. Throw back over to second is not there as Clement reaches back on the dive as Muncy. Woo! That one was smacked. Max Muncy, who had the home run to bring the Dodgers within one, gets the first out on a kneeling catch. As Snell still going here is Springer, who is 3-for-4. Springer lifts one up, fouled. He reached on his first 3 at-bats, all of them singles. He scored a run. In this World Series, he's batting .421. Clement at second. He's been an unsung hero. The 0-1. This time Springer gets this over to right field, but it's a foul ball. 0-2 count. And Snell wants to put him away. Nathan Lucas is on deck. Many were wondering if his best days were over after last season, but this year was him drinking the fountain of youth. Bottom of the 8th, and he's been the heart and soul of the Blue Jays. The 0-2. He struck him out. Part of a way swinging. And on 6 pitches, Snell was doing the job thus far. Davis Schneider is now coming up. He is pinch hitting for Nathan Lucas. In all likelihood, Schneider is going to be inserted at left field. And then you put Miles Straw over at right field as the defensive replacement for Addison Barger. That's usually how they roll with. What LA does usually is that they put Justin Dean at center field as the defensive replacement for whoever is at center field. Schneider, the last we saw of him was that he hit a leadoff home run on the very first pitch of Game 5 of Blake Snell. He's a fan favorite here in Toronto and a chance to deliver a 2-run home run here at the bottom of the 8th to put them up 6-3. They're waiting for cinema to break out and for this place to go crazy. The Game 5 win behind them already. Batting .249 this World Series. Strike one on the left line. He started just 5 postseason games, but he's been excellent in the games that he started. Better against righties than lefties, but he's the perfect platoon partner for Lucas. The 0-1, to the dirt, stays with Smith as he made a good block, and it's a 1-1 count. And that's what we can say, as Will Smith had to block that one, because if it gets away, Clement advances on the wild pitch. Schneider tasked with the big hit, has a home run in Game 5. Fans want to see another one here. Downstairs again, and Smith made another good block. And on deck is Vlad Jr. 0 for 3 tonight. But if you walk him, you face Bo Bichette. And he hit a home run after Vlad was walked. And Bichette hit it out the park on the very first pitch. The 2-1. Strike 2, a very friendly call for Snell on his 10th pitch. That looked to be just outside the zone. Fans getting restless here, as the changeup was just barely outside, should have been called a ball. Fans on their feet. The Dodgers scored runs in the 4th and 6th. The 2-2. He struck him out swinging on a curveball. And Jeff Hoffman tasked with the final 3 outs to try to win the Blue Jays the World Series for the first time in 32 years. He'll have to go up against Kike Hernandez, Miguel Rojas, and Shohei Ohtani to finish things off. 9th inning is up next. All right. It all comes down to this, Ian. Could this be the moment for Jeff Hoffman?
Jeff Hoffman, no matter your struggles before, no matter what may have led you to this path, to this moment, if you get through this inning, all sins are repented, all mistakes forgiven. Forever you are a legend for Toronto.
He was tasked with the final 3 outs of Game 7 in the ALCS in a 1-run game. We're in the same scenario again. 1-run game, top of the 9th, facing the heart of the order. So, same scenario as he did against the Mariners. Biggest inning of his life. And of course, the last batter, at the very least, that he would face is Shohei Ohtani. And of course, once he's at the plate, he strikes fear in the eyes of anyone. And all 3 of these hitters have reached base at least once on the night. Kike Hernandez, 1 for 3. Miguel Rojas, 1 for 3. Ohtani, 2 for 3. This will be the 4th go round for Kike and Rojas. For Ohtani, it'll be his 5th. So, but also, do keep in mind that this is playoff Kike that he is facing. And Jeff Hoffman, who's been a high leverage reliever for the Philadelphia Phillies in the past, now trusted at the closer role. Miles Straw fills in at left field as the defensive replacement for David Schneider. It will not be Schneider at left field and Straw at right field, but all the marbles, all the narratives, everything that both teams have played for will come down to this one inning. Kike Hernandez up first for the Dodgers. Oh, he had to get out of the way of that one. The first pitch is a ball that almost went to him on the elbow. Kike is 1-for-3 in this game. Getting ready to face the 1-0 on the way. Swing and a miss. That gets strike one on there as Hoffman threw just 4 pitches to finish off the 8th inning. Batting 192 in the World Series. And the logic is that once you get to Ohtani, you may have to walk him to face Will Smith. But then again, Smith is 1-for-4. He did score the first run for the Dodgers. The 1-1. Foul to right, and it's 2 strikes. Well, he was the one running as Tommy Edman drove him in on a sac fly. Both the first 2 Dodgers runs have come on sac flies. Dalton Varsho prevented a double that would have scored 2. That 4th inning could have easily been a 5 spot for the Dodgers. The 1-2. He struck him out on a slider. Got him swinging low, and the Blue Jays are 2 outs away. Step 2 of the 4-out save complete. Now you get to Rojas, who changed his jersey number from 11 to 72. Out of deference to Roki Sasaki. A chance for Rojas to do something special. He recorded his first hit of the World Series here. He swings and misses on the first pitch. Hoffman went to the slider again. And the Blue Jays here wanting to close things out in style. 4-3 they lead it. Top of the 9th innings. Same situation as they faced against Seattle with the exact same scoreline. Ball 1 as it went outside. Rojas was a frequent batter for the Dodgers in their World Series run last year. Both Hernandez's, Kike and Teoscar had the only runs against the Padres in Game 5 of the NLDS last year. Both home runs. Ohtani waiting on deck. The 1-1 is low and downstairs to make it a 2-1 count. At 32 years old, Jeff Hoffman gained a chance of a lifetime to insert himself into Blue Jays lore. Pitching to an 0.77 ERA in this postseason after having a rocky regular season. Rojas fouls this one in the air to right, not playable. The benefit here is that the count is 2-2 now for Toronto. John Schneider looks onward, but no matter how this ends, both teams have nothing to be ashamed of for a hard-fought World Series. The Jays are just the 6th team to go to back-to-back Game 7s. Rojas fouls this one off. 2-2 still. And Rojas, who's been everywhere in this 9th inning, as the glue guy, Ohtani on deck. Waiting. The 2-2. Upstairs! They thought it was a strike, but no, it was just outside the zone. Hoffman knows this has to be an action pitch. The slider at 86 miles an hour just missed the zone. You do not want to walk Rojas. And it cannot be ball 4. Otherwise, this will be good news for the Dodgers. And here's the payoff. Rojas flies this one over the left field. That's gone! Miguel Rojas has tied it! He did not have a hit in a month. And tonight, he has just tied Game 7 of the World Series. Once again, Game 7s are of unlikely heroes. It is 4-4 here at the ninth, and Ohtani drives this one up over the left field, and this one will be caught by Miles Straw over at the tracks for the second out. Now Will Smith will be up to the plate, and Rojas, the unlikely hero, has homered in the ninth to save the Dodgers season for the moment. World Series aspirations not done yet. It's a blown save for Hoffman. You need home runs more than anyone else here, as this is strike one to Smith on a slider. So now the save opportunity gone. Smith 1 for 4 had a double in the fourth and a run. A 1-out home run in the ninth. The 36-year-old done the job. Strike two. On for Smith. So it's 0-2 to count. Both on sliders as Hoffman. We'd assume that this will be the last that we see of him. This is his first home run since September 19th. Well after the All-Star break. 0-2. Nowhere close. You look ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Vlad Guerrero Jr. will be due up if we get there. Yeah, should we get? Now here's the 1-2, which is low and at the same spot. 2-2. Vlad Guerrero Jr. will lead off the bottom of the ninth, followed by Bo Bichette and Addison Barger. Any one of them can be the winning run. The 2-2. That is ball three. All 5 pitches have been sliders. And you'd think that this will be the last we see of Hoffman. No matter what happens, if this game ends in the ninth or if we go to extras. Payoff. Oh my goodness, a very friendly call for Hoffman. It is not a walk, it is a strike, and we go to the bottom of the ninth. Wow.
Yeah. Alec, you know, remind everyone again how the Blue Jays won the last World Series that they won.
Well, Tom Cheek once said, "Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger swing in your life." That's what happened.
So it's 4-4. Bottom of the ninth. And arguably the most dangerous part of the lineup for Toronto. You know what? If the Blue Jays are just going to hit walk-off homers to win their World Series, sure. Why not?
Yep. And you know, given that it's Guerrero, Bichette, and Barger, yes, you said it best, Ian. This is the most dangerous part of the Blue Jays lineup. That's who Blake Snell is going up against. And one run can end it. All they need is one.
It's still Snell against two very dangerous right-handed hitters.
Of course, when you have a lefty versus righty matchup, you would imagine you think the righty bat would have the advantage. All right, headed to the bottom of the ninth. It's Vlad Guerrero Jr. up against Blake Snell, Miguel Rojas, who saved the Dodgers season for the moment back at second base. Guerrero getting a standing O from this crowd. The Jays have the right guys up against Snell. The home runs come from Max Muncy, Miguel Rojas, and earlier in this game, Bo Bichette. Rojas In World Series history, the Dodgers are just 2-65 when trailing after 8 innings. The last time they won when trailing after 8 innings was the walk-off home run from Kirk Gibson in 1988, Game 1. But man, the mood has really changed here in Toronto. It is 4-4. Toronto led 3-0 in this game. And now the Jays in a position to win this. Any one of these runs at the plate represent the World Series winning run. Vlad Guerrero Jr., Bo Bichette, Addison Barger all have a chance to play the hero. Could be the swing of a lifetime for either one of them. Snell up against Guerrero, and that's outside on a changeup. And this is the longest the crowd has been at the edge of their seats. 1-0. The pitch. Downstairs again. 2-0. 32 years these fans have waited for the Commissioner's Trophy to arrive back at Toronto. The 2-0. Downstairs again. And it's 3-0. Guerrero having a chance to join Bill Mazeroski and Joe Carter among the list of players that walk-off World Series winning runs. Fly ball on the center field. Is this the one? No! Edmonds there. He just missed out by feet. That close. A side relief from Snell. A little bit of space. And Kings fans were going crazy when they saw the Miguel Rojas home run in the middle of the Kings game against New Jersey. Even though the Devils were leading 3-1 at the time. Bichette takes strike 1. Bottom of the ninth. The 0-1 is outside. 1-1 now the count. The suspense has built up here in Toronto. The 1-1. Just outside by millimeters. It is now a 2-1 count. And Bichette can strike at any moment. And up next is Addison Barger. The 2-1. A line drive to left. That's down in front of Kike. He's on board at first. And you think that he's going to run here. Are they going to insert a pinch runner in his place? Yes, they will. It will be Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. A waiver claim off the Pittsburgh Pirates. Mysteriously not traded at the deadline. But now he's back to a place where he's familiar with and that he calls home. He has a chance at glory at running home. Now it's Addison Barger up against Blake Snell. Bottom of the ninth. First pitch is downstairs on a slider.
And let's set the stage for this, because everyone may be wondering why sub out Bo Bichette. The Blue Jays are trying to end it right here. They don't care about what happens after. They do, but they're going for the kill shot right now.
Yes, that is the case here. The kill shot, the winning run, the World Series winning run. And putting IKF at first gives him better base path running. The 2-0 is in the zone on the right line. 2-1 count for Addison Barger. It's been built a lot for the moment. In this World Series, he showed that. Barger looks up right after taking that strike. Snell getting set to throw his 23rd pitch. The 2-1. Take strike 2. That was a little downstairs, very ominous. And Barger 2 for 4. Warming up is Sir Anthony Dominguez. In the case we go to extras. And Yoshinobu Yamamoto is warming up for the 10th inning. If we get to such a case, or the final outs, if we get to such a case. The 2-2. Ooh, Barger fouled it off himself. That has got to hurt. Now Snell is going to get to 25 pitches. Biggest game of Snell's career. Bigger than any start that he has played. No matter if it is with the Rays, Padres, Giants, or Dodgers. Barger's going to step off for the moment. The best case scenario for LA will be a double play to force extra innings. As much as we don't want to see another marathon game. Will Smith now has caught 71 innings. Tied for the most in a single World Series. But he gets tiebreaker because it is a 7-game series. The only other one to catch 71 innings did it in an 8-game series. Lou Krieger in 1903. The very first World Series. I know that the status for tonight's game was going to be dependent on everything that happens outside of this game, but I made it. Now Barger's back at the plate, awaiting for another 2-2 pitch, which will be Snell's 25th, right out the bullpen. On the way, and Barger fouls this one down the left field line. That was the 6th pitch of this at-bat. And he wants to drive home the winning run. The World Series winning run. They say pictures say 1,000 words. Videos say 1,000,000 words. And all these instant replays. Tears of joy. Tears of heartbreak. They're all going to be felt right after this game. A champion's going to be crowned no matter what. Blake Snell delivers another 2-2. Same result, another foul ball. That's 3 straight. And now we head to an 8th pitch of this at-bat. The Dodgers had their backs against the wall entering tonight. They came back from down 5-0 to win the World Series last year, 7-6 on the Yankees. They're trying to accomplish a similar comeback this year. They trailed 3-0 and 4-2. They tied it at 4-4. Will we see some more from either one? Another 2-2. Downstairs and the count is full. Alejandro Kirk on deck. Anyone can be the winning run here. The World Series winning run. And if Barger reaches, Kirk has a chance to be the hero. This place doesn't know how to feel. Dodger fans don't know how to feel. We don't know how to feel. The payoff. Outside. And Barger is on board at first. That will move Bichette, or rather IKF, over to second base. And now Alejandro Kirk, a chance to be the hero.
But now the Blue Jays must get past the one guy they haven't been able to best yet in this World Series.
If you're telling me that Yoshinobu Yamamoto is going to pitch now,
well, the guy has, I mean,
oh
the
my
guy
goodness.
Is channeling 2005 Mark Burley levels of endurance into his arm.
Oh, he's been on another level this postseason.
So to get, hang on, I'm bringing up Patrick. Let me see.
Yep.
Oh,
It brought him
That's
up
right.
forward. Pat, what's up? Oh my goodness,
What
this
up, dude?
game.
This
What's up,
game's
guys?
Crazy.
What's up?
This is crazy. Yeah, LBJ here too, man, and we had Daniel. Well, this is nuts. Who do you guys want to win really quick? I know who you guys think is gonna. I know who I think is gonna win, but it's who you want. It's really quick though. Get a minute. You guys have a preference?
God.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
At this point, actually, the best thing that Alejandro Kirk could do outside of obviously getting a hit is walk. Because you load those bases, whoever's up next, all they have to do is get into the outfield.
yeah. Just the outfield, and that's it. And you mentioned Mark Burley. That is a good name you brought up. All-Star in 2005. Four-time Gold Glove winner in 2005, too. Four-time Gold Glove Award winner. He also played for the Blue Jays at the back end of his career. But his prime all came with the Chicago White Sox when he won that World Series with them. A key component to that World Series title run for Southside Chicago. Kirk is up. On deck is Dalton Varsho. And now we're seeing the last of the four main starting rotation pieces for the Dodgers pitch tonight. Shohei Ohtani went first. Then it's Tyler Glasnow. Blake Snell went third. And to close out the season, perhaps, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Kirk is 2 of 4. A chance to be the hero. In the zone at the bottom side. Mazeroski, Carter, Gonzalez. Game 7 walk-off heroes. And some of the examples that we listed. The 0-1. That hit him! On his right wrist, and the bases are loaded! Can you believe this? The bases are loaded!
Yamamoto just made his first true mistake this World Series, and it is going to cost them. Oh my gosh.
All that Dalton Varsho
Everything
needs to
that
do
was
is
on my
single.
bingo card. Yamamoto hitting a batter.
Nobody saw this coming.
It was nowhere in the plane of existence. Patrick, what?
Yo, so wait, is this over now?
No. But
Oh,
Yoshinobu Yamamoto made his first true mistake this World Series.
I think that, you know what, like, we'll see what happens, but there's only one out, bases are loaded. I'm not saying shit, but, you know, this is kind of sketchy.
The best case scenario for LA is if they get a double play to send this to extras. Mal meeting in the meantime, but the best case scenario for the Dodgers is an inning-ending double play. But all Dalton Varsho needs is a single. That's all he needs now. And he'll insert himself into Toronto legend books and to say, hey, if you thought we lost that trade, look at us now.
Yeah, but if I'm John Schneider, I'm telling. My message to Varsho is this: if you think the ball is coming at you, take it. Just get on base somehow.
Andy Pages is the center field replacement, taking the place of Tommy Edman. Dave Roberts came in to check with the home plate umpire. Game tied 4-4. Yamamoto doing some practice pitches. We'll see if that Mao meeting pays dividends. The entire infield is moved inside to prevent the World Series winning run. But If you do remember what happened in 2001 with the iconic Joe Buck call, floater, center field, the Diamondbacks are world champions. That's what Varsho needs to do. A line drive. That's all. He takes ball one on the splitter. Bases loaded. 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. You just need one. And only one. He's 0 for 4 tonight. And he has not had a hit with runners in scoring position this World Series. He fouls this one. We're now waiting on the 1-1. Yamamoto on incredible efficiency and on no days of rest trying to send this to extras. The 1-1. Frozen on a fastball bottom right corner. And it will keep on going 1-2. Ernie Clement on deck. Bases loaded. The Dodgers, if he gets a hit, must throw him out of home. And Varsho to Rojas. Exactly what they do. Miguel Rojas again, the hero for LA. In the bottom of the ninth, we stay with the bases loaded, 2 outs. But they will take a long look at this one to see if throw was in time. Smith's foot was at the plate. We'll see. Oh, that's going to be very close. Well, Will Smith, he did catch it. But the question is, let's see the spike. Does it come down at the moment? This would be a wild turn of events. IKF slid. It's down just before IKF reached. Fans growing restless. But what a great look from the officials. We're still looking at it. But we're taking a look from the overhead. This is an official review. 2 outs as the Blue Jays let this one go on the official review. Rojas, who changed jersey numbers and traditionally plays shortstop. He preserves this game. Ernie Clement, 2 singles, a double, a run, and a stolen base. His name is going to live in Blue Jays lore. 30 postseason hits for Clement. Clement drives it over to left field. Backing up is Kike Hernandez. Paez collides on him and makes the catch. My goodness! This game is going to extras. Holy moly!
Dear God. Oh my God. You know, this might be the death knell for the Blue Jays. Bottom of the ninth, 1 out, bases loaded, and you can't drive it in. Man. This is November baseball.
At its finest. We go to the 10th inning. Oh my goodness. How can you not be romantic about this sport? Oh my goodness. One of the best games that we've ever watched in baseball history. Forget about the 18-inning marathon. This game tops it. Given circumstances. And now, top of the 10th, you have Sir Anthony Dominguez coming out onto the mound, facing off against Freeman, Betts, and Muncy. And we know the Dodgers can come alive with timely hitting. But do remember, the Blue Jays can too. The Dodgers have championship experience on their side. The Blue Jays, they're the top comeback team in the MLB, but right behind them are the Dodgers in that category. But bottom ninth, Miguel Rojas, the hero in the ninth inning, driving in a home run and throwing out IKF at the plate by just inches. That was moments. So if it just went a few inches further, IKF makes it home. And then Andy Pages, who calls off Kike Hernandez, the two of them collide on a sensational grab. Oh, baseball. That would have been, and maybe, just maybe, if we do get something here, it could likely be in the form of a home run. We would not be surprised if it's Freddie Freeman, given his penchant for hitting home runs in the extra innings in the postseason. We saw this last year, and we saw this year. To the 10th, it's Freeman to lead it off. And Freeman fouls the first pitch he sees. It's a fastball. Mookie Betts on deck regardless. And then the third batter up next, right after Betts, is Max Muncy. The 0-1. Outside on a splitter. Sir Anthony Dominguez with 10 strikeouts to 9 walks this postseason. He's been very shaky, but they require him for these situations. Freeman lifts one up over the left field. Going back is Straw. Well enough room for the catch at the track. One away here at the top of the 10th. John Schneider trusts these bullpen arms for these moments. In this 4-4 tie game, IKF at second base. And Mookie Betts walked into 6, scored a run. But he's been having a dreadful World Series, despite the 2-run single in the third inning of Game 6. Takes ball 1 that's outside. They wonder how much longer will Yamamoto go. And who knows from there. 1-0 count. The pitch. Foul to right. Dominguez went with the fastball. But this game has been everything in baseball. The Dodgers clawed back from a 3-0 deficit to force a 10th inning here in this Game 7. The 1-1 inside. Just missed the top right corner. Betts, a 3-time champion, twice with the Dodgers, once with the Red Sox. 2-1 count. The pitch. Upstairs, and it's 3-1. The heart and soul of the Dodgers at the top of this order. It was part of the best team ever in recent memory with the Boston Red Sox. 3-1 pitch. And that's ball 4. That's will walk to first. And now it's Max Muncy who can deliver a go-ahead run. The last 2 repeat World Series champions, the Yankees, 3 years in a row from 98 to 2000. Last team in the MLB to do that. But before them was the Cincinnati Reds in 1975 and 1976. Muncy's 2 of 3 tonight. Big swing and a miss. Dominguez went with a slider. 2 of 3 tonight. Dominguez, a trade deadline acquisition from the Baltimore Orioles. Traded twice in as many years. He went from Philadelphia to Baltimore, and now here in Toronto. The 0-1. Downstairs on a fastball, 97 miles an hour. Of course, don't count out Mookie's ability to run the base paths. 1-1 count. And what can Max Muncy do? He's homered before in this game. Can he do it again? No, he does not swing at it. It's ball 2. It's just downstairs. 2-1 is the count. But Muncy, good power hitter. 2-1 the count. Dominguez getting set to throw his 12th pitch, with Muncy being 2 of 3 on the night. 1 out, top of the 10th. It's Rojas having those conversations over at the Dodger dugout. Biggest game of the year. And already we have viewership records broken from last year. Fouled off to the left. Welcome on board, Jen.
Hello, Alec. I'm watching the game too.
What do you think about this?
Dodgers better lose.
Freddie Freeman watches from his dugout. Dominguez looking to finish off Muncy. Up the middle, and it's a base hit. First and second, 1 out. Third hit of the ball game for Max Muncy. And I'll put in Teoscar Hernandez, the former Blue Jay, at the plate. That almost knocked off the cap of Dominguez. And now it's Hernandez, the former Blue Jay. This game has been everything. 0 for 3, however. Sack fly. But here at the top of the 10th, he can deliver. Upstairs, 86 miles an hour. Formerly with Toronto. The year before he came to LA, he spent a year with the Seattle Mariners. Mookie Betts over at second base. Muncy at first. Top line. On the corner, 1-1. Probably need to work on that command a little bit. And John Schneider needs to have someone warming up at the bullpen. He already used up Trey Savage. Probably Shane Bieber could be up. We don't know. Swing and a miss from Teoscar. Do remember, everyone except Kevin Gausman is available. Already, Max Scherzer used up. Trey Savage used up. Louis Barwin. Chris Bassett. The 1-2 is downstairs, 2-2. Jeff Hoffman is used up. Sir Anthony Dominguez is used up. So that evens up the count at 2-2. You can see Braden Fisher, Brandon Little, Eric Lauer. Probably Lauer could be, maybe Bieber. The 2-2. He fouls this one away. And Dave Roberts pushing the right buttons and putting himself in the conversation with one of the greatest managers in MLB history. Teoscar looking to capitalize here. Want to be scoring in a run? Or by not striking out. Another 2-2 is outside on a fastball. You'd imagine that if Dominguez doesn't get him out here, that's going to be it for him. 99 that went outside. And he has to strike him out here. Betts at second base. Muncy at first. Here's the payoff. 0-4. And the bases are loaded. Andy Pages is up now. Pinch hitting for Tommy Edman. He finds himself looking for redemption. He's been statistically the worst hitter for the Dodgers this postseason. But with one swing, he can shake things up. Mal meeting, by the way. It's Pete Walker, not John Schneider. But you figure by now that Schneider would have to phone in the bullpen because Dominguez has been struggling with his command. Pages redeemed himself at the bottom of the ninth where he made a sensational grab when he collided with Kike Hernandez over at the left center field wall. Kike took a big tumble. 4-4, top of the 10th, 1 out. The infield pinches to the inside. Pages has just 1 hit in this World Series. First pitch is a swing and a miss with the sweeper. But you need to have somebody warming up at the bullpen if I'm Schneider. Pages is 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position this postseason. The situation could call for a double play as Pages does not offer at this one as it went upstairs. 1-1 the count. The release point is what should get him. 1-1 as Teoscar's at first. Muncy second. Betts third. The 1-1. Just downstairs. They could have called this one a strike. 2-1 count over to Pages. Dominguez doesn't throw a lot of strikes. But that was a strike pitch. The 2-1. Up the middle. Throw home. In time. Runner is out there for the second out. And for the second straight inning, a runner is out at home with the bases loaded.
This game. Just say those 2 words, this game, and it encompasses everything that's happened.
And this moment has to be the biggest one for Kike Hernandez. The easy pick for unlikely hero, given that he has been the unlikely hero many times. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 1-0 as this was outside. But nobody is warming up at the Dodger bullpen. Their plan is to get Yamamoto out there at the mound again. He has given the Blue Jays fits time and time again. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count for Kike. On a slider. Came back to the Dodgers to finish the job here with them with another World Series. And he delivered last year with timeless moments. The 1-1. A bouncer. Back over to Guerrero. And right on time. Dominguez steps on the plate just before Kike could get there to get the final out at the top of the 10th. By centimeters. That close to a 5-4 ball game.
You know, Dave Roberts will challenge this, which he should, but even in live time, you could tell Dominguez got his cleats on the bag before Kike did.
It was clear.
Quick.
We don't blame Dave Roberts for challenging, but replay evidence showed that Dominguez did step on the bag before Kike did. It was clear. And I think the Dodgers are going to lose this challenge. It is confirmed. The call has been confirmed. Kike is out. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Can you believe it?
Patrick, Jen, your thoughts as we go into the bottom of the 10th?
Thank God they did that. Now somebody please hit the ball and get on it.
Somebody please get this team right.
It's gonna be interesting. I don't know, and like Toronto had bases loaded, I kind of hoped it wasn't going to be what you said, like something that makes your heart sink or something, like coming out of the ending and not getting anything.
I'm at that point where the adrenaline is going everywhere, and I'm losing all cognitive sense and any sense of sanity. It's like Just make this game end.
That's how we were in game 3. We were just staying up at night saying, please, someone, anyone, end this game. I don't care who it is, please.
So who's up for the Blue Jays? Because they ended with Ernie Clement, and I think he's the 7th.
He's the 8th spot now. He moved down to the 8th. So they're gonna lead off with Andres Jimenez, and then it's George Springer, and then Miles Straw.
Oh Jesus!
Could you imagine George Springer in the World Series getting a moment with a combination of Kirk Gibson and Joe Carter? Two legends I mentioned. And of course, that's not mentioning about last year with the walk-off grand slam with Freddie Freeman injured. But he hits the walk-off grand slam in game 1 over the Yankees. And it's playing injured with a bad ankle. And now we will see Yoshinobu Yamamoto for the 10th inning. The hits are 13-10 Blue Jays. Yamamoto's first pitch to Jimenez is a strike on the top right corner. Yamamoto has been lights out this World Series. Second pitch is a swing and a miss on a splitter. Rojas tied it in the 9th with a solo shot. The 9th solo home run of this World Series for the Dodgers. And the 10th overall. The 0-2. Bouncer over to second, grabbed by Rojas. Sorry, I'm confusing names now. You know how crazy this game is. It's got to the point where I'm just confusing names. And now Yamamoto is pitched 10 times here tonight, looking to force an 11th inning. The bases were loaded at the top of the 10th. Nobody scored, though. Bases were similarly loaded at the bottom of the 9th. Nobody scored. And in both cases, a runner was thrown out at home. Springer, wow, nearly hit him. Randy Johnson did something similar with the Arizona Diamondbacks 24 years ago, in which both he and Curt Schilling won co-MVPs in the World Series. But this World Series MVP is wide open. The 1-0, downstairs. It becomes 2-0. Springer is 3 of 5, but he has not recorded a hit since the 4th inning. Here's someone holding up a sign of Springer Dinger here, please. Outside again. Curveball 79 miles an hour, which moves the count to 3-0. And you'd think that Yamamoto will find his command right after those 3 balls that he tossed. You cannot afford to walk Springer. The 3-0 in the zone. The cutter on 91. Still, this game going insanely long. Strike 2 down the middle. That now makes the count full, with Yamamoto having thrown 15 pitches on no day's rest. An insane catch by Andy Pages set us up here. Could have been a walk-off run set by Ernie Clement. The payoff. Ooh! He fouled it off himself. And you gotta wonder how much longer he goes. Miles Straw up next, regardless. Batting 118 this postseason, but mostly used as a defensive replacement. And after Straw is Vlad Guerrero Jr., if Straw reaches. Under the payoff. Swing and a miss! Got him out on the splitter, and Springer's out.
Could Miles Straw have a Jeff Blum moment?
Wade Wonder. The clock has officially struck midnight Feliz Dia de los Muertos a todo. November 2nd, 2025. And we still don't have a champion crowned. Straw fouls one. Not playable. Count 0-1. First plate appearance for Straw. But we wonder if such an iconic moment were to be created here for Straw. 0-4-8 this World Series. And look at this. Shane Bieber is warming up from the bullpen. Straw with the 0-1. No swing as it was downstairs on the splitter. And we figured that Bieber's going to take the 11th. How long will this go? The 1-1. Flies one up. No big deal for Teoscar Hernandez. How about 11 innings? Rojas, Ohtani, and Smith up in the order to lead things off for the top of the 11th. Here we go. So we don't see Vlad Guerrero Jr. just yet. But we could be seeing him. We will be seeing him no matter what. Oh, one of the greatest games ever played in baseball history. Just as entertaining as Game 7 of the World Series 9 years ago, in which we saw two teams trying to break their long drought. That went to 10 innings, with Ben Zobrist winning World Series MVP. It began with a Dexter Fowler solo shot. Javi Baez and David Ross also homered in that game. Rajay Davis tied it with a 2-run shot on a line drive to left. Some call it the greatest Game 7 in World Series history. They compared it to the likes of 1924. The Bill Mazeroski home run in 1960. 1991 between Minnesota and Atlanta. 1997 between the Miami Marlins and the Cleveland Guardians. And 2001 with rookie manager Bob Brenly leading the Diamondbacks to a championship. This is the third Game 7 to go at least 11 innings, joining 1924 and 1997. 1997 ended in the 11th inning on a walk-off line drive to center from the Marlins. 1924 went to 12 innings. It doesn't get any better than this, everyone. And any run here might as well be the winning run. Shane Bieber is up. 3.57 ERA. First pitch. Right on the zone. And while he lost the velocity on the fastball, he still looks sharp as ever. This is what they brought him in for. He can go multiple innings in relief. The 0-1. Bouncer. This will be picked up by Clement. Quick throw to first is in time. And Rojas is out. So, with him out, in will come Ohtani. After him is Will Smith. Bieber, a deadline pickup from the Guardians. With Cleveland being sellers at the deadline, though they did not trade Stephen Kwan. Another guy they got from Cleveland was Andres Jimenez. First pitch to Ohtani. A grounder on a one-hopper to IKF. And that's a second out. 3 pitches, 2 outs for Bieber. And up next is Will Smith. And he's hoping to retire the side here in the top of the 11th to set up Vlad on a good position. On the first pitch, it's downstairs on a slider. Doubled it in the first. He doubled on the first plate appearance. On the second plate appearance, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is the first batter. Whoever faces him from the Dodgers. 2-0 count. And we're wondering who is next here from this bullpen. 2-0 count. And we're not seeing anyone warm up as Smith blasts one over to left field. All the way back and way out of here. Will Smith delivers.
I think that's the kill shot, Alec.
The first time the Dodgers have led all game. Uh-oh, Richard. First pitch to Freddie Freeman is a ball that is inside the zone. And what a swing from Will Smith, elevated to the second spot. And the second pitch is right off the ground. 2-0 count. He won game 2. And the Dodgers can't hold on here. In game 7, the taste of glory will be theirs. Strike 1 on the top right corner on a knuckle curve. In this game 7 instant classic. 3-1 count. As Freddie Freeman wants to get out of this one with the lead. But wants to have more doubt of another extra base hit. Bottom right corner. And it's full on the count. 11 pitches in. And no matter what, the Jays need to get 2. A missed opportunity. And Freeman smokes one, but it's fouled. Will Smith, who's been a hero for the Dodgers again and again, is the hero again here for LA. The payoff up the middle directly to Jimenez, and that will send us to the bottom of the 11th. Vlad Guerrero Jr. will lead it off, followed by IKF and Addison Barger. The Jays need 2. The Dodgers looking to hold on and get Clayton Kershaw riding off onto the sunset. How are we doing, Daniel? You there, Daniel?
Let's go Blue Jays.
Now, this is going to be curious, because now we are yet to see who's going to come out pitching here for LA. If it's going to be Yamamoto, or if it's going to be someone else pitching here. Right now they're saying it's Yamamoto. Vlad Jr. does not have a hit yet in this game. Struck out looking. Springer caught stealing second. But he was given the intentional pass back into third. But outside that, Guerrero lined out, grounded out, and flew out. What a game we are witnessing here, everyone. No matter the result. But a 3-0 game, turning it to a 4-3 Dodger lead. Extra innings here in Game 7 of the World Series. The Dodgers on the cusp of a repeat championship in one of the greatest games in baseball history. The Dodgers 3 outs away. And Yamamoto warming up, trying to get the save here. Well, it's not a save, but Vlad Guerrero Jr. is tasked with going up against him, and Yamamoto has repeatedly given the Jays nightmares. Game 7, anything can happen. And who will be crowned MVP at the end of it? Bottom of the 11th. First pitch to Vlad is outside, just barely. 1-0 count. And once this game is over, we're staying put for the trophy presentation and series MVP. The 1-0. That's downstairs. We have some changes here from the Dodgers. Justin Dean enters at center field. Hae-Sung Kim at second base. Right field is Andy Pajes. The 2-0 in the zone. Cutter at 91 miles an hour, which Yamamoto threw perfectly. 2-1 count. And Vlad facing his toughest test up against Yamamoto, who has been the best pitcher this postseason. The 2-1. Once again in the zone. Switch things up to the fastball. That throws Vlad as he threw it to the right line. He's just making life difficult for Toronto. 2-2. Inside. Count now full. That was the 25th pitch for Yamamoto. And if you're Dave Roberts, do you have someone warm up at the bullpen? The payoff. Line drive to left. That is fair. And to the wall. Vlad's going to reach his second base for a double. Tying run is on board. Winning run at the plate. New life here for Toronto. Excellent hitting from Vladdy Jr. Hitting a fastball inside and driving it towards left field. The two best comeback teams in the MLB. And up comes Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, the waiver claim who they got from Pittsburgh. They tried to tie this game up at 5 or win the game here. He shows bunt. And on the pitch, Yamamoto picks up, throw to first. And Vlad Jr. gets the third. The throw to first in time. Addison Barger now represents the winning run. The World Series winning run. You exchange the bunt for the out, moving Vlad to third. So IKF did his job. And now, look what this is. Something out of a movie script. Clayton Kershaw is warming up at the bullpen. He's not alone either. Roki Sasaki is also warming up. But could you imagine this? Kershaw, in his final game of his career, possibly recording the save for the Dodgers. Barger at the plate, Yamamoto nearing the end of his outing. Looking to have his Randy Johnson moment. These teams have broken ties in the past before, but in the grandest stage, in this Game 7, anything can happen. Bottom of the 11th, Barger 2 of 4. First pitch. They rolled that outside, ball 1. On the right line. Barger represents the winning run. Guerrero is the tying run. Everyone on their feet here. As has been the case all game long. Outside again. This time it was a splitter. If you thought games 3 and 6 drove you to the edge of your seats, you've seen nothing. This game is the peak form of cinema. The 2-0 upstairs. Splitter this time as he elevated this one. And Alejandro Kirk is on deck. And the 3-0. Barger. Oh, a chance to change things with one swing. Downstairs, and Barger will walk to first. Tying run is 90 feet. Winning run is 270 feet. And Alejandro Kirk can play the hero here for the Blue Jays. A home run would be sweet. Does LA shift everyone inside so as to try to throw out Guerrero? Kirk has 2 home runs already in this World Series. His third, potentially, let's send this place into a frenzy. The captain, on the first pitch, fouled it on the ground. But after Kirk is Dalton Varsho at the 7th spot. Can you imagine? Game 7, World Series. A chance to win it here. Alejandro Kirk down the middle. On the curveball for strike 2. A built-in change of speed over to Kirk. He is 2 for 4 on this game. The 0-2 breaks his bat up the middle, out at second, out at first, and it's over! The Los Angeles Dodgers have repeated as World Series champions! And Clayton Kershaw's legendary career ends with him riding off into the sunset.
I said it. The Will Smith home run was the kill shot.
Oh my goodness, what a game that we just had.
But honestly, that's not where the Blue Jays lost this game. They lost the game when they couldn't drive anyone in with the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth, 1 out.
Well, I mean, did they technically lose the game, though, when yesterday when the umps called that bad call? Where they claimed the ball was lodged, but it wasn't.
Oh.
I mean, shouldn't have the Blue Jays won yesterday?
There were many opportunities, but at the end, it was the Dodgers. With Yamamoto having a legendary run, a complete game, 6 innings of 1-run ball, and then gets credited with the win in Game 7, pitching 2 2/3 innings, allowing just 1 hit, no earned runs, a strikeout, and just 1 walk. It ends with an inning-ending double play to clinch the World Series. Oh, man. John, I wish you were here in this broadcast, but what a game. What a series.
I was going to say, good for you, man, to be able to go ahead and call this. Again, I knew it was going to be tight for us between Game 6 and 7. That was pretty heroic. And honestly, you know what? I give the Blue Jays a ton of credit. I think you and I and everyone else in the world thought that this series was going to be a lot shorter than it was expected to be. John Schneider and the rest of the team, they did a great job. But the Dodgers, holy cow, you got all those starting pitchers and you needed to use them all, my friend. My goodness.
And Yamamoto, what a run for him. It felt like I'm seeing flashbacks to Randy Johnson's 2001 run with a complete game, and he pitched 6 innings in Game 6. Then you come in Game 7, no days rest, and you get credit with the win, which is basically the equivalent of a save, even though it was not a save situation. But he was truly dominant. And honestly, he would be my pick for World Series MVP.
I think you have to. Hopefully you stay and see what ends up happening with that, because I imagine for Ian, you get those awful flashbacks of Madison Bumgarner, but that's kind of what it reminds me of, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it does. Though Bumgarner went 5 innings in that World Series winning in Game 7 in 2014, it feels very similar. And a special shout out to Miguel Rojas, who did not get inserted into the lineup until Game 6. The unlikely hero of tonight. Homers in the 9th inning to tie it up and set up extras for this moment. And Will Smith, who now has more innings catching all time than any other player in World Series history, the hero in the 11th.
Yeah, you had all that. You had that 18-inning game not too long ago as well. That was completely crazy. I don't even know how you managed to keep your voice with that catch in the 9th inning, which preserved the game for the Dodgers.
We don't wonder, because this game was so much fun to watch from start to finish. And even though it stings for Toronto, this was a great season for them. Even though they lost it, they have nothing to be ashamed of.
No, they don't. Hey, Alec, I just wanted to come in and say good job and leave my closing thoughts. We'll catch up next week, okay?
All right. See you then, John.
See ya.
Oh, man. Right, the coverage doesn't end here. We're staying with you all the way until the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy and the World Series MVP, which will presumably be going to Yoshinobu Yamamoto. But, oh man, what a game, what a series, what a year. Oh my goodness. To think that the Blue Jays would even get to this position, but at the end, the Dodgers prevailed on the back of back-to-back-to-back home runs. It was first Max Muncy. Then it was Miguel Rojas. But then in the 11th inning, Will Smith delivered the knockout slap to all of Canada.
That sucks. The whole country.
Oof. And it sounds cheesy making this joke, but given that the name Will Smith is mentioned, you gotta reference that one incident at the Oscars for one. It's just too obvious to pass up.
Yeah, the joke to make a killing 3 years ago. I'm messing around. Yeah. And both things, there's gonna be a Hollywood parade, and that also took place in Hollywood too. So.
There's so many heroes here. Max Muncy went 3 of 4 tonight, including that home run that brought the Dodgers life. But what killed Toronto was not scoring when they had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th, and that extended review in which Will Smith had his foot on the plate to get that out. He lifted the spike up, but then got his foot down. And the Dodgers used up all 4 of their starting pitchers. Shohei Ohtani, Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Clayton Kershaw gets to enjoy this ride one last time. And even though he didn't pitch much, the only World Series appearance he had this year was Game 3, in which he pitched 1 inning. That was the 12th inning. LA, despite all the hitting concerns, despite the bullpen concerns, they persevered when the lights were brightest. They only used 2 traditional bullpen arms, Justin Robleski and Emmett Sheehan. Sheehan, who had an ERA of 8.59, turned it on when the lights were brightest. The Dodgers, artful in the midst of this classic. Of course, it's going to take a while for Toronto to get over this game, but this was an unbelievable series. And for the last time, we'll see number 22 take the field. Title defense officially comes complete. The first team since the 2000 New York Yankees to repeat as champions. Dave Roberts, a Hall of Famer for sure. Clayton Kershaw, for sure a Hall of Famer. This team full of for sure Hall of Famers. Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Roberts, Kershaw. As we mentioned all of them, Yamamoto could be on its way there. He was a de facto ace of last year's Dodgers team, but now he's emerged as the true number one ace of the Dodgers. And now we have another Nike-inspired credit scene. This time, not with I Love LA, but with Kendrick Lamar. Of course, a nod to the Hollywood industry. LA loves a sequel. And yes, they got the sequel that they have long wanted. If last year was the movie, this year was the sequel that everybody in Los Angeles was asking for since the beginning of the year. Many wrote them down as surefire World Series champions. The run on the way to the postseason didn't look like it, but through all the storms, they persevered all throughout. Many wondered how much longer this lineup would go, given that they are aging vets, but they were unbothered by it. Everybody understood the assignment. Ohtani was just 31 years old, and even though he didn't last long at the mound, he delivered at the plate when it mattered. Blake Snell, 32 years old, coming over on a 5-year deal when other teams had interest for him at free agency. He chose LA because he wanted to win here. He did exactly that. Freddie Freeman, at 36 years old, played for a bad ankle last year, was World Series MVP last year. His hitting took a hit this year. Was a hero in Game 3 when he hit the walk-off home run. And at 36, he continues his stellar career. Mookie Betts at 33, Teoscar Hernandez 33, Max Muncy 35, and Miguel Rojas 36. This is the oldest hitting core in the MLB, but all the experience paid off, no matter who it was. And some unsung heroes delivered, including sophomore Pages, who at 24 years old made one of the greatest catches in MLB World Series history. Ben and everyone here on this team dedicated. They did not celebrate much because they wanted to bring home a repeat championship. That they did. They said Kershaw off to the sunset at 37 years old in his last ride. They found a temporary solution at closer when he had concerns all year long. The Tanner Scott experiment didn't work out. Blake Treinen was getting old at 37 years old, and his ERA was not what it was from last year. But he was used in high leverage situations at times. It did work sometimes, but now he can celebrate. Roki Sasaki, who was a starter to begin the year, didn't work out to start things off. However, he was thrust onto a closer role, and he thrived as a closer. He was not utilized as a closer here in Game 7, as Yamamoto got the call for the final outs, and that he did. But Sasaki, the celebrations start And they ring onto Los Angeles. Onto the night. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who's at the bottom of that pile, we assume as the presumptive World Series MVP. What a ride it's been. He checked all the boxes that you want for a pitcher. Domination, check. And even though it was a crushing loss for the Blue Jays, they'll be back. And you have to tip your hat to them. They fought valiantly with every effort to the very end. Kevin Gausman wanted to deliver the knockout punch, even though that didn't come to fruition. He did pitch 6 innings of quality baseball for Toronto. Trey Savage, the rookie revelation, has ace written all over him. And the assumption is, soon enough, he'll emerge as the ace pitcher for Toronto. This rookie out of ECU. Be excited to see what he can do in a full season of work. And now the decision with Bo Bichette. Where will he go now that free agency has started? Because it's the final year of his contract. And Ernie Clement, the most hits in a single postseason. And the Dodgers win their 9th championship in their franchise's history.
Alec, I'm gonna say good night.
Good night, Jen.
Talk to y'all later.
The emotions of a manager, Dave Roberts. With 1 out in the 9th, Miguel Rojas delivered the tying run. One of the toughest positions in the bottom of the 9th. Of course, when you have tough decisions, the great teams answer. The Dodgers are truly a great team. Faced with adversity a lot of times, but in the World Series, they've answered every call. And now, we have the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy. A repeat champion. They have Mark Walter, the owner of the Dodgers and the new owner of the Lakers, as the NBA owners approved the sale from the Buss family to Walter. Andrew Friedman, the president of baseball operations, constructing one of the best rosters of all time. Brandon Gomes, the general manager, working with Friedman as well. And while fans are booing Rob Manfred, the Dodgers, heroes in Los Angeles, villains everywhere else. And they're comfortable playing the villain role. The 2025 World Series champions celebrating here in style. And we probably know who the World Series MVP goes to. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, perhaps? Mark Walter, the owner and the chairman. Giving his words for 2 in a row as the confetti falls down here at Toronto. The Dodgers began the year at Tokyo. They end the year at Toronto, both with wins. Andrew Friedman, of course, calling it crazy of seeing this night unfold. Oh, and as Friedman congratulates the Blue Jays, cheers from the crowd. An amazing congratulations. And here's Dave Roberts, one of the greatest managers of all time. And what a game this was. Will Smith, the first extra inning home run in a winner-take-all World Series history. and that was the winning run. This is a core group in which they know each other well. They understand each other. From Tokyo to Toronto, back-to-back champions. Of course, everyone here, the glue to what makes this Dodgers team great, the fans. And the championship parade on Monday. And then you got Andy Pages being put into the game, which essentially, in all essence, boosts the defense over at the outfield, subbing out Tommy Edman. And Pages, who has been trusted on defensive roles, he showed everything of what he can do as a defender. Clayton Kershaw riding out into the sunset. Whew. Everybody's enjoying this moment in Los Angeles. Yamamoto getting the head nods. Of course, as we see the Willie Mays World Series MVP. And of course, Yoshinobu Yamamoto is the World Series MVP. An incredible game, too, in which he pitched a complete game, limiting the Jays just one run. And then in game 6, 6 innings of one hit ball. And the scenes, cinema. Everyone's taking their turns hoisting the commissioner's trophy over at the stage as the embraces continue on to the night, and they will continue throughout, or sometime they'll get out the champagne once they head to the locker rooms. Yamamoto's the 14th pitcher to win 3 games in a single World Series. An incredible feat for this talented pitcher. They gave the largest contract in MLB history to this man among pitchers. And many question, why would they hand the largest contract in baseball history to someone who's never pitched an MLB game before? This is the answer. This is why. And as we say goodnight here, thank you for following along coverage here throughout baseball. Sending our remarks all throughout. I am Alec Nava, signing off for the final time. Good night.